All right, well, welcome to everybody to today's tutorial session, pre-recorded session. This is for the standalone power systems final theory assessment, AT6, as you can see on the screen here. Um, this is our second of two design assessments. So where we're going to go right through a full given client scenario where we're giving you the story of a particular client and their site, and we've got to then go through the guided textbook experience of designing a standalone power system. So we're going to go right through that here today. And just before we start, I'll just also reiterate where we find this actual assessment on our online learning platform called Connect. So when you log in to Connect, you will have on your home screen there any courses that you're enrolled in. So the course that we are looking at today, of course, is this one here, Standalone Power Systems Design and Install. When you click into there, it brings you onto sort of the news feed page with any announcements and that sort of thing in the main body of the page, as well as to the left-hand side, any upcoming events in the calendar, which is a good one to keep an eye on, especially for tutorial events like this one that's being recorded today. And then you can find your way into the content, the top left of the page here, clicking on that one, and then you'll have a menu down the left-hand side. We want to scroll down and find theory assessments. Then in the main section of the page, it will open up the detail about theory assessments firstly, and you can scroll down and find the declaration quiz you need to complete first. And many of you will already know that each theory assessment then becomes available after you submit the prior one. So we've got right through to AT6 where we are today. And so clicking on there will open up the page for SPS AT6, the assessment that we're working on today. And you've got a couple of video links already in there for tutorial videos on the wind energy conversion system sizing, which we'll be doing at the last stage of this assessment. And then also you've got the two links for downloading the actual assessment itself. You'll notice one is for electronic completion and one is printable for handwritten completion. So just make sure you access the right one depending on the way you want to complete it there. The one that I've got open and we'll be working through today is the electronic completion version. So just be mindful that the one that you're looking at may be laid out a bit differently if you're looking at the handwritten version. But hopefully it's not too hard to work out. The other thing too is that they'll have a version control. So this one I'm looking at here is the current version on Connect, version 1.04. But in time, there may be updates to the assessment document that might be a bit out of step with this video. So it'll just be something to be mindful of. If you have any questions, just get in contact with us through the usual channels. So without further ado, we'll get started. If it's a handwritten version that you're working on, please do put your student name and student number in there and at least a signature under the student declaration here, just for in the meantime, at least until you scan and upload your document or however you're going to submit it. That's important so that it doesn't get lost and we know who it belongs to if it does get misplaced. If you're uploading electronically, that's not so important since you'll be uploading under your student profile anyway. You've got the standard couple of pages, which I'm scrolling past here, of instructions for the assessment, which I'll guide you through now anyway. Once again, we've got a link here to a YouTube playlist of just tutorial videos for assistance in addition to this one. And so we find ourselves here on page 3 of this version 1.04, and this is our scenario. So design assignment number 1, or sorry, that should actually say number 2, because we've already done number 1, which is SPS AT5, and I noticed that this header needs an update as well, so that it can actually, right, the, okay, let me just double check, right. Yes, so that this does reflect, this reflects the previous one, sorry. Somehow it's got, yes, I think that was SPS 85, so good pickup. Let me just see I see that I've got a version that has been incorrectly labeled by the looks. Okay, so we've sorted ourselves out now. The importance of version control and paying attention to actual file names and that sort of thing. So that was a good one to run through. We can see here now we've got SPS AT6 electronic completion. It's version 1.03, excuse me. The other one was a rogue file that got in the way. So here we see in the assessment name, this is system design 2, which is what we're after. So again, just scrolling through those first couple of pages of instructions as we'll walk through this one together. Okay, here we are, design assignment number 2, which is where we wanted to find ourselves. And I see there again, the header just needs an update to the field. There we go. This is the electronic completion. Again, just to repeat, if you're looking at the handwritten version, it will be laid out a little differently, but hopefully not too hard to work out. So here is the detail of our client that we've been requested to design a system for. So their location is west of Sydney. And as we found in the previous design assignment, what that information gives us straight away that's pertinent to our design is details like our irradiation data, of course. Yep, and temperature. Thank you, Colin. Yeah. So if we're going to go to, wherever our source of information is, such as BOM, the Bureau of Meteorology, or something like the Australian Solar Radiation Data Handbook, we now know, we haven't got the specifics of the area, we don't know exactly which suburb it is, so there's a bit of creative license there to just find a location down Sydney way to grab your temperature and irradiation data, which we will see as we work our way through the document where that becomes important. It's not a bad idea as well to actually have a secondary document on hand. And I'll give you an example. I'll just open up a blank one here to record things like location, uh, temperature, for example, and irradiation. Just as you go through, you'll find, and I'll refer back to this from time to time, um, that it's helpful because what we end up doing is there's locations throughout the assessment where we record details, but now they're pages and pages behind where we're up to. Because as you can see, if you have a look here, even on this electronic copy, we're up to 23 pages by the end of it. And there may actually be a few more once we actually fill out some information in the document. So you can probably save yourself a little bit of scrolling back and forth if you just have a blank document on hand, whether it's just a notepad or something like that, to note down some of these details that you actually need to refer to more than once throughout the document. Saves a lot of scrolling back and forth if you are working on an electronic document, particularly on the computer. So we will just capture some of that data as we go along and fill it out. Continuing on, however, the type of household we're working with or site premises is actually a rural hobby farm and bed and breakfast with quite high energy use. Here's some notes from the client interview. So this section here is kind of replicating as if we were just in the early stages of our interaction with the client, and maybe it's just a desktop study at this point where we've sort of just had discussions with them over the phone in preparation for the design to gather some of the detail to start working towards designing the system for them. So it says that the site was previously run on grid electricity, but given the remote location and low number of properties connected to the local grid infrastructure, the local DNSP or distribution network service provider has decided rather than completing long overdue upgrades to the very old poles and wires, they will instead provide subsidies for these customers to install their own standalone power system. Due to the relatively generous subsidy on offer and the fact that your customer runs a popular business, their bed and breakfast here, cost is hardly a factor in comparison to reliability. The client trusts your knowledge and experience, and so will go ahead with whatever your recommendation. There is also an intention to build a new event facility on the property within 6 months. And so this facility will also be purpose designed to house the standalone power system that you recommend. So this is kind of like a gold ticket U-Butte, the best sort of design situation you can be in, where we've actually got the opportunity to have input to the design of this new building that they're going to put on the site. So think about things like, the ideal tilt and orientation for our solar panels, maybe a dedicated room for the battery and inverters that might be air conditioned, things like that. So it's very suitable. There's a few of these highlighted reminders throughout the assessment. When selecting products for your design, please be sure to select only from those provided in Connect. So I'll just show you again, if we go back to Connect in here under the standalone power systems course, and just show you as well that you've got this, whenever you navigate your way throughout Connect, you end up with this sort of address detail towards the top of the page, these blue underlined headings, where you can just sort of click backwards to the one that you want to go to. So I'm going to skip back to the skill set course material. And then in the left-hand menu down the page, we want to find product data resources. And here it is, product data resources for AT5 and AT6. If we click on that one, you've got the subheadings directly underneath, but you also have it all opened in the main section of the page. So you can see here we've got solar panels. We have two different options, Q cells, 285 to 295 watt panels, and the Phono Hyperion 265 to 275. So you've got a choice of what you'd like to use there. For charge controllers, we've got one option, the Victron Blue Solar charge controller. For inverters, we have a mixture of both Solar Grid Connect renewable inverters, such as the Fronius Primo, and multi-mode inverters, such as the Victron Multi Plus inverter charger, the Selectronic SP Pro inverter charger. We've also got the SunGrow Grid Connect multi-mode inverter in here, which you've got to choose from, and the Victron Easy Solar, which is also a similar sort of concept with an MPPT built in, as well as the inverter charger function built in. You've got the lead acid battery. There's only one option, the Sonnenschein gel lead acid battery here, with multiple documents to refer to, and similarly, the lithium battery, which is also a Sonnenschein lithium option, and it's only one of each battery option there, and all of the documents underneath that relate to the same product. So that's what we've got to choose from. Just remember that that's there. We'll come back to that when we need to have a look at which products we're going to work with. So firstly, similar to design one, we go through this first step because we like to approach these designs holistically. So view the client's home below and give 3 examples of how you might improve the overall thermal performance and therefore reduce the energy requirements of the standalone power system. So when we're talking about thermal performance, we're thinking about, heat loss, heat gain. For example, when it's hot in summer, we want to have good flow of air, good ventilation, good cooling. We don't want a really hot building that heats up really easily. And if it's a colder climate, obviously in the winter, we don't want a building that loses its heat really quickly and that sort of thing. So has anybody got any suggestions of what we might be able to do here to improve those thermal properties of this sort of site? Obviously, we've only got one image of the site, so there's a bit of creative license to employ here once again. And yeah, that's right. So we could check out, is the roof insulated? We can make some recommendations there. Whirlybirds, yep, good point. Yep, windows and doors, it might be a case of incorporating fly screens and things like that. We can see here that there's quite a lot of open glass on this building that doesn't look like it's openable, just fixed glass panes. So we might want to look at other things that can allow for cross ventilation more so. Yeah, double glazing, that's a good suggestion too, especially because there is so much glass. The sun's just going to pour through there and heat that place up. Another idea might be looking at landscaping. hedges and things like that, trees nearby that might be able to also break up the heat from the sun. Awnings, yeah, blinds, all that sort of thing. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so there's some good suggestions there that you can fill in here. You've got a text box, you'll notice after every question with answer written in there. The idea is that your words will come out typed in red, like so. So it sort of stands out for us when we're assessing the document. Um, you don't need to wipe out the answer. You can, it doesn't really matter. If you type over it, it should still be red, so that's fine. Just pop your answers in the text boxes where it says answer. Okay, so question 2, of course, with any practical site that we're working on, we always have to address the safety. And even though we are the designer at this point, and we may or may not be the same person installing on this site, we want to just be prepared for the safety of the installation. So things that we can raise: examine the site and list the main potential hazards that the installer will need to be aware of. For each hazard, list at least one suitable control measure. So then you have the table below to fill out, with the first column being potential hazards, and then at least one control measure. And if one's not good enough, then make sure you've got a second one. Uh, this doesn't have to be overly exhaustive necessarily. You don't have to go to the nth degree on it. Just make it realistic. And one thing that people usually get picked up on is just the fact that they haven't addressed some major hazards, the main hazards, as it says there, main potential hazards that will be common to this kind of site and the type of work that's going on there. So make sure you address, obviously the electrical hazards, heavy lifting, working at heights, exactly right, falling off the roof, environmental, yes, yep, the energy hazards related to your battery, arc flash, that sort of thing, any chemical hazards, um, environmental hazards, being out in the sun and wind being blown off the roof. It might be a remote location, as we've read about as well. That gives you a bit of an idea. You do have the option as well, if you'd like to, and if you've worked on a similar site and you've already got a risk assessment completed, you could actually insert that risk assessment here, or just make a note such as see separate upload uploaded JSCA file or something along those lines. If you've got one that you want to just upload rather than filling out this table, that's fine. But just make sure again that it is a similar site and you've addressed all those same hazards, because if it's just a Grid Connect solar site that you've worked on and you insert that risk assessment, then it's quite likely that not every hazard for this site has been addressed. All right, we'll keep moving past there because that's something that's fairly straightforward and easy, hopefully. You can always get in contact with us if you need more assistance uh, in how to address that one. I will also point out that the textbook is a great resource and is a little bit less of a reference to in this assessment because this is the second assessment. The first one's more of a guided walkthrough template, and then this one is a bit more for you to have a go at yourself. But yes, chapter 1 in the GSES Standalone Power Systems textbook that we refer to in this course is all about workplace health and safety. So you'll be able to have a look in there in chapter 1, and that can give you some assistance as well when it comes to filling out the necessary hazards for this site and potential control measures. That's that chapter there, workplace health and safety. All right, moving on from there, we're going to have a look at our load assessment. So this is, if you think about it in terms of building a building, that's kind of what we're doing with a design like this. And we start obviously with the foundations when you're building any building. So this load assessment really is the foundation of our design. So it's important that we get it right, particularly with regards to the client. So with input from the client, this really is your golden ticket to ensure that you don't take on unnecessary liability. You really need to incorporate your client in this process, get them to sign off on whatever size you are giving them a system for, whatever sort of loads you want to deliver. Make sure your client signs off on and agrees to that, so that, because it's a very likely circumstance where they end up increasing their energy consumption, and then they might come back to you with questions as to why they're running out of power. And that's important for you to be able to bring them back to this point so that you can show them what the system was designed for. And they may actually be using more power or energy than what you designed it for. And so it's time for an upgrade for them. So here we have a very shortcutted process, unlike what we had in the previous design, design one, because we've actually got access to site energy usage data. So it may be that you as a designer have installed some power logging equipment, or the client already had some on site, or they had a interval data meter when they were previously grid connected perhaps. Somehow you've been able to collate actual site energy usage data, and we're told here they don't have any DC loads. So here's the aggregate energy consumption on site. Uh, for a summer day, the typical energy usage is 55 kilowatt hours. Now we must recall the difference between power and energy. Energy is accumulative throughout the day. So in a whole 24-hour period, on a typical summer's day, this is how much they use their loads, 55 kilowatt hours, as opposed to on a typical winter's day, 42 kilowatt hours. Now, you may have a different type of site um, where their load fluctuates a lot more than this, perhaps, but this is just a typical circumstance where you might have a lot more cooling happening in summer and a lot more heating happening in winter. So therefore, they're the two sort of typical times of the year where you might have a variation in your energy usage. Or you might even have a site that's just pretty constant all year round and they don't have a significant difference between summer and winter. That's fine. It just comes down to that specific site and how you actually allocate the variation in energy throughout the year. Now, conversely, the difference to energy is power. Power, such as the maximum demand here, is instantaneous. So we're talking about a peak of power consumption at one moment when we're looking at maximum demand. So in this case, 8 kilowatts is the highest peak they reach in their power consumption. And then they do also have a surge demand, which means they've got some sort of pumps or motors of some sort on site that when they kick in, when they start up, you've got that inrush current and it pushes the demand up to 13 kilowatts when that occurs. We're also given a breakdown of the overall energy per day here to daytime and nighttime, which is helpful. So 40% daytime, and when we say daytime, it means during the average solar hours, and 60% nighttime for their energy consumption outside the solar hours. So I'm sure you can guess, but this really is going to help steer us towards how we design the sizing of the battery, especially. As on an average day, we're going to expect the solar panels system to actually offset the daytime loads, and it will be more so the battery offsetting the nighttime loads. So that helps towards our design. Okay, so now we can move on to the first step in our design, inverter and battery sizing. And we've got that reference there as well. See chapter 14 of the GSES textbook is a great resource there towards the inverter and battery sizing, which we will actually be working through the same process in the order as shown in the textbook through the same formulas, etc. And so I'm just going to show like a typical layout. I think they have one here in chapter 14 for a block diagram of a system, hopefully, because it's always helpful to refer to this so we can visualize what it is we're actually designing. Okay, there's a couple there. This is a helpful book text section in this chapter as well, just to go through the differences. For example, here it's talking about a renewable inverter. Um, Often it's referred to as a grid connect inverter, but basically means the same thing. It's an inverter made for solar to come in and, 230 volts single phase or 400 volts three phase AC to go out. And that is what we would use in an AC coupled system. But then, of course, you need a multi-mode inverter as well to be able to actually produce the AC sine wave. So like this scenario here, here's an AC coupled system where as it's called, AC bus interactive battery inverter is the word they're using there. We might also call it a multi-mode inverter. It is really the heart of the system, but it runs off of the battery voltage. So it needs a healthy battery voltage in order to start up, and then it puts out an AC sine wave output, which allows then the renewable inverter to operate based on that AC sine wave as a reference. And it's also, you can see here in this system, using a genset to, for example, charge the batteries when they get low and or deliver power to the loads if there's not enough available power at the time from the solar and or battery. So what we're starting off with at this point in chapter 14, and we're about to size both the inverter. When it says inverter, it's talking about this inverter, the multi-mode inverter that's connected to the battery, and we're going to size the battery. So our process is whether we're AC coupled like this, or even if we're DC coupled like the other, it doesn't, these ones don't show the actual solar charge controller because it's only talking about inverters. Okay, do we have another block diagram in this chapter? Okay, don't have a DC coupled block diagram in this chapter here, but I do have one elsewhere. Yeah, yep, something similar to that, and I've got a couple here as well. This is from the grid connected PowerPoint, but if you just ignore the grid there, forget that, and imagine that that is a generator, for example. That's the main difference really to being off grid. Rather than having the grid coming in from power lines, we might have a generator coming in. But here we have a DC coupled example where our solar goes through a solar charge controller before connecting to the battery, and then off to our multi-mode inverter, and then finally to the loads. So both in this scenario and in the AC coupled scenario, we're just working backwards from the loads. So the loads, as I was saying there before, are our foundation. The load assessment table tells us how much energy in AC power and energy these loads require. So now we've got to work backwards and go, okay, the next sort of kink in the line, so to speak, or the next potential limiter is our inverter, our multi-mode inverter coming from the battery. So we've got to make sure it's big enough to provide the power requirements, the maximum demand and the surge demand requirements of the specified loads. And then secondly, after we've sized that accordingly, we work backwards again, and the battery is the next one in the process. We've got to make sure that it's both good for the power demand, maximum demand and surge demand, just like the inverter is, but also now we've got to make sure the battery storage is big enough for capacity over whatever period of time for the overall energy, whether it's a day or a series of days with regards to autonomy, make sure that we've got a big enough capacity. And then we continue to work backwards and go and size up either our solar charge controller if it's a DC coupled system, or our renewable inverter like we saw here in the AC coupled block diagram example. That's the next step then. We've got to size it big enough to be able to produce the required energy into the battery so this is our renewable inverter here, required energy required from the PV array. So we're just working backwards. We find out how much power the loads need. We've already seen that now in the assessment. Then we size the multi-mode inverter, then the battery, and then we'll keep working our way backwards towards the PV array, which is ultimately the generation source. That's where it all starts. but we've got to allow for the losses in the meantime. So firstly, here we are correcting the total daily energy use. We've already been told off the load assessment what the loads use, but now in order to turn it into total energy, we've got to allow for the losses getting to the loads. And you'll see here, we've got this formula, E tot for total energy equals EDC, so that's just the energy used by any DC loads, divided by the efficiency of the cable running to those loads, which obviously in this case we know there are no DC loads, so we can forget about that bit. But if we did, we'd be adding that then to the AC energy requirement of the loads, which we've got off of our load assessment table already, divided by the combination of the inverter efficiency and any cable efficiencies. So we're going to use this formula here. I'm just going to copy it down into our answer box. Like so. And I'm going to get rid of the first part because we have no DC loads. So we don't need that in this case. All we're doing is the AC energy from the loads, which we can record down, by the way. I'll draw your attention back to our secondary document, which can be, whoops, didn't need to open a new one. Helpful to refer to along the way. So another thing, so we've already listed down the location so that we can record the temperature and radiance when that becomes pertinent, but also EAC, and in brackets, I'll just give it a little description so we recall what EAC is. This is the energy requirement at the point of the loads. For example, switchboard, AC switchboard. So obviously it's one of those things where it's like, how long's a piece of string? You know, do we go all the way to the end of the final subcircuit to the appliance? And obviously in the overall design of things, you would, if you're installing all of it, or if it's already existing, then you would just take that into account. But essentially we're just looking at the switchboard, the distribution point for all of the AC loads on site as the extent where this EAC value comes from. I'm just going to make those a little bit bigger. So when we go back to our assessment, and we were given just previously up here in our load table, 55 kilowatt hours for a summer day and 42 kilowatt hours for a winter day. That is our EAC values, the energy required in AC at the loads, so effectively at the switchboard level. So we're just going to record those down because later on in the assessment, we will want to refer back to those. So I'm going to say EAC summer day was 55 kilowatt hours. EAC winter day was 42, I think it was. And now what we are going to do is turn that into E tot, so total energy, which is simply allowing for it to run through the inverter and the cables, as this formula shows us here. Now, we've got a bit of a design decision here because, as we've seen so far, we have both a summer and winter portion. And so that means we either have to double up and do this formula twice, or we can choose one or the other to go with. It's a bit of a design decision where you could make the call with your client and say, look, how important is the budget to you, or how important is building a bit of future proofing into the system for you, and those sorts of discussions. If it was that they really wanted to, you know, they were satisfied with how their loads are right now and they don't expect to be using any more in the future, and their budget's important, you know, they don't want to go adding in unnecessary extra protections, then you might continue both formulas for both a summer day and a winter day, so that you don't go crazy on them. In this case here, it looks like they've got a pretty thriving business, you know, potential for expanding in the future, and they had quite generous incentives helping them towards a bit of future proofing. So I'm going to make the call in this case that we are just going to go with the larger of the two. So in this case here, you know, the summer day is the larger load of the two, 55 kilowatt hours. That's a difference of 13 kilowatt hours per day, which, given the scale of things, I don't think is super significant, that amount, 13 kilowatt hours. What's some other factors that would come into this? Okay, a summer day is typically also, as we know, going to produce more energy from the solar panels, isn't it? Because they're longer days, we have more peak sun hours. Whereas a winter day, obviously shorter peak sun hours, so you're going to get less energy from the solar. So that kind of is reflected here as well with regards to the loads. Like the loads are a bit more in summer than they are in winter. So, you know, it would kind of be in step with each other. But we're just going to take the client's direction as being conservative. We'll just, to simplify our design approach, we'll just roll with the bigger loads out of the two, allowing for them to perhaps even on a winter's day, maybe nudge up to that 55 kilowatt hour usage. But as I say, there's a number of these kind of crossroads that you'll come to with design decisions that you can make in consultation with the client. So our EAC for this formula now in question 4A is obviously our 55 kilowatt hours. Now we need to work out what our inverter efficiency is and what our cable efficiency is. With regards to cabling, we generally just go with the easiest approach is just to allow for 5% from any extreme in the system to the other end. So when we're looking at, for example, an AC coupled system here again, we have recommendations from Australian standards that to keep our voltage drops under 5% from, for example, all the way from the PV array that comes through our renewable inverter through to the battery, as well as from our battery through to the loads under 5%. Another one that we would recall is from AS5033 that between our PV array, which isn't in this diagram, but between it on the DC cable to the inverter or charge controller, if we're DC coupled, we want to be below 3%. So it's just a matter of keeping those things in check. I think AS3000 still allows for us to have up to a maximum of 10% voltage drop when DC circuits are incorporated, but I think it's AS4509 that then kind of raises that to a higher standard to say, look, best to stay under 5% from any one point in the system to another. So as a result, we'll just roll with that. Here we're looking at, we've got to be mindful of which part of the circuit of the overall system we're looking at. We are between our AC loads at the switchboard and our battery. That's the part of the circuit we're looking at, that overall flow from the battery through to the loads. So we're going to roll with 5%. So that means that our AC cables on this side of the multi-mode inverter through to the final subcircuits, plus our battery cable here, have got to be below 5% overall. So that's one thing to bear in mind, because it's all well and good to call it 5% at this point, but when we come to designing our cables, also we need to make sure that we adhere to it there and keep it under 5% loss if we've designed it at this point. Because what would happen there, if we said at this point, okay, it's going to be less than 5%, but then later on when we're designing our cables, we allow for more than that, then we may actually have a lesser value of energy available out of the system as a result. Okay, so that's all well and good. 0.95 for our cable. We also now need to choose an inverter efficiency, which we don't know what sort of inverter we're going to use yet. So a guideline that we give here, recommendation is to, okay, let's have a look at the inverters that are available to us. And for you, down the track, it may be that you have a selection of a couple of different inverters. You might only have one brand that you go with, but it would be worthwhile just going with a conservative efficiency. For example, the Victron Multiplus, let's have a look at the data sheet for that one. And what we'll observe on this data sheet is, like many of the data sheets we deal with, you've got multiple products, multiple models. And we see that in this very first blue row there, the multi-plus, and you've got a whole bunch of them, 12, 24, and 48 volt versions. So we're not really sure at this point exactly which model we'd be using. But given the value of energy and power requirements of the loads, so remember our maximum demand was around 8 kilowatts, surge demand of 13 kilowatts. So that sort of gives us a bit of a guidance at this point as well, that we're not likely to be choosing, inverters that can't produce more than 8 kilowatts at a time. And so that comes into the output power ratings of the inverters, which you can see here. The ones on this data sheet, kind of the largest is about 5 kilowatts. Yes, they can surge up to 10 kilowatts, but the continuous output power is what we need for our maximum demand, or a 30-minute or 60-minute output power rating. This data sheet doesn't actually give you timings. It only has continuous and peak power. Peak power is likely to be a short period of time, so we can't rely on it for our 8 kilowatt max demand. So it just shows us that the inverters on this data sheet are going to be too small. But what we were looking for is just to refer to efficiency of the inverters. So just as an interesting guideline, we'll have a look here at what the efficiency, where are we? Efficiency of our inverter. Did I go past it? Yes. Here we are here, maximum efficiency. Yeah, so they're sort of, you can see the lowest is around 92 maybe percent, up to 95%. It never hurts to be conservative because, as it says, it's maximum efficiency is what the data sheet's given us. And whereas we know our inverters are not going to be always operating at maximum efficiency. So given these inverter efficiencies here, I would probably be going with something conservative like 90% even. But let's have a look at what else is available to us, because we know we're not going to be using this product. It's probably likely to be too small, although you do have the option to parallel inverters, of course. So if it came down to it and you wanted to use that product, you certainly could, just as long as you confirmed with the manufacturer that they operate well in parallel. And I'm pretty sure they do from memory, the MultiPlus does. But we've got another option here. Of course, I'm not looking at the Fronius Primo because it's only a renewable inverter, whereas we are looking at a multi-mode inverter at this point. Technically, the SunGrow is a multi-mode inverter as well, but it is what we call a hybrid inverter with the Grid Connect function, multi-mode function, both of those functions, Grid Connect and multi-mode, where you can have solar input and it can have a backup output as well. But you'll find if you go talking to SunGrow that it's not purposed for permanent off-grid usage as a multi-mode inverter. You do also have the Victron Easy Solar option, but again, it's only in the 3kA and 5kA. So 5 kilowatts is a bit too small for us. You would have to parallel them again for your power output requirements. So you'd have to confirm with Victron that they work well for that. So that leaves us with one last multi-mode inverter option, the Selectronic SP Pro, which they do have higher power capability models here. So let's have a look at the data sheet. And again, we'll notice we've got multiple products to choose from, which is shown. I'll just zoom this in a little bit. In that very first row up here with the model names, shows us all the different models you've got to choose from. And in the model name is the actual battery voltage that it operates on. The smaller ones are 24 volt, the larger ones are 48 volt, and then the largest models that have a 120 volt. And that's reflected as well when you scroll down to have a look at the DC inputs. It shows you the battery voltage range that it operates on there. And we can start to see as well some higher power outputs when we have a look at, this is what it's talking about here under AC outputs, maximum AC load power from batteries. And as we said, generally it's going to be your maximum demand situation might last for 30 or 60 minutes or something like that. So this is kind of the range we're looking at, and we will be coming back to this shortly when we are choosing our actual inverter. But you can see we're starting to see numbers above 8 kilowatts, which is good because that's what we need for our maximum demand. So this is likely to be the inverter we might choose. And if we scroll down, the next thing we were wanting to confirm at this point was the efficiency values. So just looking, here we are, efficiency. And we can see some numbers here sort of from 95% now up to 97.2. But again, these are peak efficiencies, so it never hurts to be a bit more conservative. So for example, I'm actually thinking, between this and the Victron, we might go as low as 90%. Just as a conservative choice, because whilst our inverters may operate at better efficiency than that some of the time, it just gives us a bit of safety margin. So you can see how this design process, we're already starting to see that a lot of justification comes into it. I'm going to put into this formula here 0.9 to reflect our 90% for our inverter efficiency. And for example, I might just put a note in here to say 0.9 efficiency chosen for inverter as a conservative option, a little lower than peak efficiency. I'm also going to record that on my little sideline document here. Multi-mode inverter efficiency, 90% or 0.9. So they're obviously two different ways of reflecting the same thing, 90% or 0.9 as a decimal, because I think we may have to refer back to that efficiency at a later stage. So it's helpful to have that recorded at this point on our side document there for ease of reference. So we will carry on with this formula here. I just will do it one step at a time just so that it's clear to see how we get the results we do. So I'm going to do firstly this underside of the formula, 0.9 times 0.95. And I get 0.855. And then one final calculation will be 55 kilowatt hours divided by 0.855. And so the result I get is 64.3 kilowatt hours. So you can see there how what we've done is allowed for the losses in the cabling from the battery to the loads and the inverter conversion efficiency. And now our requirement has increased from 55 kilowatt hours to 64.3 kilowatt hours. And so again, I'm going to record that on my document over here, ETOTE, which is now the energy requirement to be stored in the battery. That's what ETOTE is. And the value was 64.3 kilowatt hours. So it's just simply, just to refer back to the block diagram, a simple picture of a system. We've just simply worked our way backwards from the AC loads here needing 55 kilowatt hours. In order to get 55 kilowatt hours to the AC loads, we actually need 64.3 kilowatt hours stored in the battery. Because of the loss of the cabling and the inverter conversion efficiency, that 64.3 kilowatt hours in the battery will end up being 55 kilowatt hours at the loads. So that's a lot of what this whole process of design is, just overcoming losses in the system. And you can see why it's so important to allow for that, rather than, you might imagine a super simplistic approach where somebody might come along and go, oh yeah, okay, your loads use 55 kilowatt hours, no dramas. I will get you 55 kilowatt hours of battery storage. And then they may also design a PV array that can produce 55 kilowatt hours on average per day. But you'll see as we go through the system here just how short that design would come up when it results in the energy output for the client. Already, we're needing 64.3 kilowatt hours in the battery, and as we continue to work backwards, soon you'll see that we need a lot more than that produced by the PV array to overcome the losses getting it into the battery as well. Right, so we've got that one recorded there. The next step then, as per the guidance in the textbook, and you see that reference there, section 14.1.1, is to determine system voltage. So there is that actual graph in the textbook, which we can have a look at too, with regards to determining the voltage, dependent on the energy requirement of the loads. Just a bit of guidance recommendation from GSES. I just got to find it now. I think I went past it. There it is. Determination of system voltage, and there's a table here of recommendations. So the interesting thing here is that we have a usage we've already calculated of 64.3 kilowatt hours. That would be off to the right hand side of this graph. So they've really only done up to 30 kilowatt hours. And they're saying that for 30 kilowatt hours, they're recommending a system voltage of 120 volts. Now that's okay, so that's all well and good if you can have a 120 volt battery system. With this scenario that you have been given with this assessment, however, it could get a little tricky. And this is where it's difficult at this stage if you don't have a lot of experience with these products and this type of design. But over time, as you get familiarity, just like any other area of work that you're already familiar with, you can sort of pick up on these things straight up. But what I'll point out to you is that if we go back to our Selectronic SP Pro, so this is the battery inverter data sheet, and we know that we had a number of different models, and they do have some that operate on 120 volt battery output system voltage, which could be suitable. So that would be completely fine. But the next thing is the battery that we need to consider as well. So I'm just going to right click on the tab there and go duplicate, which is a good tool for you to use when you're jumping around and connect. Open multiple tabs that duplicate the same spot so you don't have to go finding your way back to the same spot again. And I'm just going to go backwards on the address bar here to the product data resources and open up some of the info about our battery. We've only got two battery options, and with the Sonnenschein lead acid battery, uh, here you could actually configure a 120 volt system using individual 2 volt cells. But what's interesting is if you want to use the lithium battery option, we have a look at the lithium data sheet. And let's see what system voltage it operates on, because the thing is with lithium battery modules, the cells are already configured for us. We can't configure them into a battery voltage that we like we can with the individual lead acid cells. Okay, so we've got nominal voltage here for the Sonnenschein at home lithium battery of 54 volts, which is what we find, typically a lot of the time throughout this course and that sort of thing, we talk in terms of lead acid voltages. Whenever we're talking about like a 48 volt battery bank, for example, that really is just a traditional way of referring to a battery bank voltage because of lead acid chemistry, because lead acid batteries are all nominal 2 volts per cell. Whereas you can see here, we've got a 54 volt battery voltage, and that's because we're now dealing with lithium cells, which you may recall has a very different voltage profile to lead acid. I'll pull that up from the textbook actually. Okay, so here in chapter 10 of the GSES textbook, edition 8, and we are on page 233, we've got figure 10.6, typical voltage discharge profiles of various battery types. Now, it does also cover in this section what nominal voltage means. And so nominal voltage is the midpoint voltage. And you can see that reflected here with, for example, the lead acid battery. I'll make that a little bigger. You can see in that voltage profile, all the way from the left-hand side of the curve of that profile is fully charged, and it's somewhere around 2.3 volts. And then following the curve down to the right-hand side is fully discharged, and is somewhere around 1.7 to 1.8 volts. So the midpoint is 2 volts, and that's why we call them 2-volt cells. But now you start to see a difference with the lithium ion types, and depending on, this is why we see two different lithium ion types here, depending on the actual chemistry of lithium ion, it will depend on the actual nominal voltage of what you're working with. But you can see here between these two, the nominal voltage or midpoint would be somewhere around 3.3 to 3.6 volts per cell. And that's why now we're looking at a 54 volt lithium battery module, because we could work out, if we looked up the actual chemistry type, we could work out what the nominal battery voltage is per cell. But if we took a stab at it now and went 54 divided by 3.2, for example, okay, that gives us 16.875. So it's not on the dot, but we're around about sort of 16 odd cells in series is what we've got there with these lithium cells to get the 54 volt output. Okay, so it operates on 54 volts. That's all well and good. We need to know beyond that though, how we configure it, because different lithium battery modules give you the option to either do some in series or in parallel. And so if we have a look just a bit further up on this data sheet, okay, it tells us a little bit of detail that every module contains its own battery management system, and up to 12 modules of the same type can be connected in parallel. In a parallel configuration, one module assumes the role of master BMS, or battery management system. The master BMS communicates with the energy management system of approved inverters. So what we found out here is that the only arrangement is parallel. There's nothing about putting these in series. So therefore, we are limited to that battery voltage if we're going to use this battery product. And so when we go back to, for example, looking at our inverter, we were looking at the Selectronic SP Pro, and notice again here how these model names, 24, 48, 120, now they are named after lead acid battery nominal system voltages because of that whole traditional thing where lead acid batteries were it. But when we go into more detail and have a look at the actual voltage range, so DC inputs down here for these battery inverters, they have a range, and that's the thing, right? Because as we saw, nominal voltage is only the midpoint, but batteries will operate both below and above that midpoint voltage. So what we're more so concerned about is the actual range it's going to operate on. And we'll see here that this, okay, yes, it's got a rated DC input of 48 volts, for example, with these models, but the DC voltage range is 40 to 68. So the inverter will operate on any voltage within that range. So we'll see how it would be suitable to operate with that 54 volt lithium battery module based on voltage. However, we do also need to make sure that with any lithium battery product that we use, whatever power conditioning equipment we attach to it, whether it's a multi-mode inverter or a solar charge controller, they must be approved by the manufacturer for charging it and discharging it because of the battery management system that we just read about there before with the lithium battery. And you may recall in the course content going through some information about how imperative a battery management system is for lithium because of the potential catastrophic events that can occur if lithium battery cells are misused. And so the battery management system that is effectively bolted on to every lithium battery module is the boss. It's there to ensure that no other inverter or charge controller will actually provide a charge or a discharge or when the parameters are outside of their allowable limits for that actual battery. Okay, so yes, that importance of the battery management system, which is like a computer that operates on software as part of the lithium battery module, it must have a means of communicating with any charge controller or inverter device. So that's the next step in the process, actually. Even though we can see here that, for example, our Sonnenschein at Home lithium battery module would operate with this electronic inverter based on voltage, you actually have to confirm also that those two manufacturers have approved them for compatibility, which simply means that the battery manufacturer has essentially, connected up software-wise with the inverter manufacturer. And so I think we do have, so I'm going to do my trick here again so I can keep this page open, do another duplicate tab. I think from memory there is one of those. I'll jump back to the lithium battery. Do we have a document? Uh, well, actually, no. I don't think we do have a document available in here that shows the compatibility, but I can find one. Okay, so this is the sort of thing that you would look for. This is a technical note from Selectronic with regards to the SP Pro inverter charger, and just talking about compatible components within a battery-based SP Pro system. So we can see down here, for example, single phase solar hybrid 24 volt models. They give you some details on batteries that are compatible with those models, as well as PV inverters that are compatible for AC coupling. And we're scrolling down, they've got more models on there. But we are looking for our Sonnenschein at Home lithium battery. I believe it's on this document. Here we are. So this is with the managed batteries, which is those that have their own BMS. And we can see down here the GNB Sonnenschein at Home lithium, a 6.8 and a 9 are compatible with these SP Pro models, the 481 and the 482, which is the two 48 volt models. So that's what we're looking for to be confident that we can use this arrangement. So that's a hot tip there just to look out for, that you don't just pick a lithium battery and an inverter or a solar charge controller that are not compatible with each other approved by the manufacturer. Okay, so that brings us right back. This is all we were talking about all that whole time is essentially determination of system voltage. We have just confirmed that we've got two products that can operate on, so 54 volts is essentially our battery voltage. 4C then goes on to talk about selecting and sizing the battery inverter. So that's kind of where we're at. And again, references section 14.2 of the GSES textbook. Again, we're reminded to choose only from the product data sheets available in Connect. And of course, we're told to ensure that our chosen inverter model operates on the system voltage chosen at 4B, which we've pretty well already done. And finally, there's a recommendation from AS NZS 4509.2, which is the Design of Standalone Power Systems standard. It recommends a minimum oversizing factor of 10%. This is on the power output of the inverter. So when it comes to our maximum demand and our surge demand, allowing for a bit of room to move, the 10%. So that's another one that we need to refer back to, and I'm going to do a little bit of scrolling back to our loads. Here they are. And I might just record that on our sideline document, this one here, with regards to the maximum demand and surge demand. I had not recorded that yet, but we will need to refer to that a couple of times. So I'm just going to put down here maximum demand, of loads is 8 kilowatts and surge demand of loads 13 kilowatts. So that we've got that information handy, and then that way we won't have to keep scrolling back to our load list. And so, but that's what we're basically looking for, is a 10% margin on those maximum demand and surge demand. So list your chosen inverter here. So pretty well you can tell that from what we've been through so far, we're kind of looking at this Electronic SP Pro inverter, and really we've only got two options, the 481 or the 482. They're the only two 48 volt, or in our case 54 volt arrangement inverters we've got to choose from. So it's really going to come down to the amount of power that one can put out. And our maximum demand situation, now it's a bit of a flexible arrangement. For most of us who are electricians who are used to dealing with maximum demand, that phrase to us takes us back to the AS3000 process of assessing maximum demand for a site where we might be wiring up a new premises. And we're looking at things like, number of power points, number of light points, number of air conditioners, whatever it may be. And through a load discrimination process or diversity process, there's basically a ratio that you choose to allow for the overall amount of current required. This is a bit different, a bit of a variation on that, where we're actually more dynamic with the client, discussing with them what sort of loads they want to be able to run at the same time. And that is what has been told to us off of the load list, that they want 8 kilowatts worth of a maximum demand situation, 13 kilowatts is their surge demand. But the main variability here is how long for, because we can see that our inverter AC outputs vary depending on time. So because our inverter has this surge capability, it can give greater amounts of power for shorter amounts of time. So what the general guidance is that maximum demand situations are usually somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes. But depends on your client. For whatever reason, they could, who knows, if they had specific loads that need to run at the same time for 2, 3, 4 hours, then their maximum demand situation could be 2, 3, or 4 hours. We don't have that information for this particular client, so we're going to assume that they fall into that normal bracket of 30 to 60 minutes. Why is that the case? Because maximum demand situation is when you have the largest amount of loads or power running at the same time. There's an overlap that goes on. If you think about a typical household, it might be in the evening in summer, for example, when people come home from work, they whack the air cons on, they get the oven going, ready to cook dinner. Maybe they jump in the shower, the water's dropping in the hot water system, so it kicks in to reheat the water. But the thing is that all of those things on at the same time only occurs for a certain period before things drop off and other loads come on and so on. So that's why we say probably about 30 to 60 minutes. So what we're looking for in these inverters is one that has capability of doing 8 kilowatts plus our recommended 10% extra for between 30 to 60 minutes. And so we can see straight away between these two models, the SPMC 481, well, it's pretty much out of the race. Really, our only choice is the SPMC 482 because it can do, 8 kilowatts for 60 minutes and 11.25 kilowatts for 30 minutes. So obviously we're hoping in this scenario that the maximum demand does not go for as long as 60 minutes. Otherwise we'd be slightly undersized. But we will be okay as long as it is under that period. So we're probably at this point looking at the SPMC 482-AU. So that's what we're going to record down here as our answer for chosen inverter is this electronic SP Pro SPMC 482-AU. I'm also going to record that onto this other side document, which I am hoping will be a smaller document to scroll through for referring to these different things. So chosen inverter is that one. So now the process with the assessment, it is very small steps, very incremental steps to sort of break it down for us to make sure we cover off everything. So that's where it might feel a little bit like doubling up, perhaps because we've already looked at these things, but it's just confirming it in the assessment. So that's why this next question 4D says, does your chosen inverter's half-hour rating or continuous or 60-minute rating must be used if no half-hour value is given? Does it meet the total maximum demand plus 10% oversizing factor of the site? So 4D, as we saw there, something popping up on my screen, go away, please. There we go. Is just checking that the inverter we've chosen has the rating that we require. And yes, we did already confirm that. So really all the answer is yes. And there's an interesting note there as well about be mindful of realistic operating temperature because different inverters, a classic is one of the other options we've got in Connect there is the Victron. It provides, you might have seen when we looked at its data sheet earlier, provides its continuous output power ratings at different temperatures. And, you know, one of which is as low as 25 degrees Celsius, which is probably not realistic in a lot of cases. You know, you think about the internal temperature of the inverter, unless it's in an air-conditioned room and that sort of thing, and even then it's probably going to be a bit above that. So when looking at inverter data sheets like that, just be aware of what's going to be realistic operating temperature. Okay, next is your chosen inverter's surge or peak, or sometimes it's written as 3 to 12 second, but basically it's short surge capability. Doesn't meet the total surge demand plus 10% oversizing factor of the site. Remember our surge was 13 kilowatts, so we're talking 13 plus 10% gives us 14.3 kilowatts. And if you have a look here, our chosen inverter on the data sheet actually has a surge of 18 kilowatts for 30 seconds. So yes, we're comfortable with that one as well. And just put down yes, 18 kilowatt as per spec sheet. And I'll just make that note for the previous one as well, which was yes, 11.25 kilowatts for 30 seconds. Sorry, for 30 minutes was that one as per spec sheet. So what's going to happen with our inverters if they, you know, if you continue to draw this amount of power for longer than that time period, for example, 11.25 kilowatts for up to 30 minutes, as I've just written in that previous question. If we continue to draw 11.25 kilowatts for, you know, 40, 50, 60 minutes, the inverter is going to overload and shut down as a result. So obviously that's a scenario you want to try and avoid by sizing it appropriately. I was thinking the other day we were talking about, a possible scenario, if you needed to be prepared for that sort of thing and you wanted to get a bit crafty and smart, there's a lot of, some of these inverters have a lot of programmable relays incorporated in them. You could use that sort of functionality to shed load, for example, via some external contactors. If you were concerned about this scenario occurring, um, you could have certain loads that you designated as less important that could be switched off earlier to actually shed that load, and therefore mitigate the risk of your inverter shutting down and therefore no power to the whole site. You do also have the capability too of drawing on the generator. So the standard practice things that we would program into an inverter is at what power draw value you would have the inverter call on the generator, the genset, via automatic start. Okay, 4F, what type of battery inverter have you chosen? So section 14.2.1 of the GSES textbook talks about these different types of inverters. 14.2.1. So it starts off here with the most basic of unidirectional battery inverters. As the arrow pointing from the battery only one way shows, and one way off to the AC loads shows, it's unidirectional. All it's made for is discharging the battery to the loads. So therefore, it's no good for charging the battery. That's a very traditional form of battery inverter. Most of them these days are bidirectional, meaning you can send AC power backwards and convert it into DC to charge the battery. And that's what we see here. Going on to talk about bidirectional battery inverter chargers and two different types. So you see now, it can incorporate an AC input such as a genset. It's not only AC output, but also an AC input. And then you can also send energy back towards the battery to charge it. So bidirectional is definitely what we've got, a bidirectional battery inverter charger, and it can be used in both arrangements as a DC bus interactive battery inverter, which would typically mean that it has a solar charge controller attached to it, um, which is not shown in this diagram, but would be in here somewhere, connected onto the DC bus between the battery and the inverter would be your solar charge controller for the solar array to charge the battery. But can also be used as an AC bus interactive battery inverter, where you now use, rather than a solar charge controller, bringing the solar array onto the DC bus between the battery and the multi-mode inverter or battery inverter. Now we have a renewable inverter, or our grid connect solar inverter, which is bringing the solar array energy onto the AC output side of our battery inverter. But our battery inverter has the capability to draw that AC energy in as a load and therefore charge the battery. So our Selectronic SP Pro inverter that we've chosen has the capability to operate in both of those arrangements. And in this case, I think we're going to end up using it for the AC bus arrangement. And so this is an important thing to also confirm with the manufacturer of your inverter. For example, there's another brand that we use here with our practical assessments, Outback Power. And to my knowledge, unless anything has changed in recent times, the Outback Power battery inverter is only good for DC bus interactive battery inverter arrangement. It cannot be used for this AC bus interactive battery inverter. It won't operate with a separate renewable inverter. So it is an important one to confirm, depending on the configuration you want to use. So we will call ours a AC bus interactive battery inverter is what we've chosen. Given the expectation that it will be utilized with a renewable inverter. Okay, so now we're confirming the rest. So this is question 4G, the power conditioning slash control equipment configuration. So when we talk about PCE, that's an often used acronym for power conditioning equipment. And so that includes all of our solar charge controllers, our renewable inverters, our multi-mode inverters. So we're just confirming the rest of it in the system, which kind of flows off the back of this choice of calling our inverter an AC bus interactive inverter. And so, do you need a renewable inverter? And our answer here is going to be yes, because that's the way we've chosen to go as an AC bus system or AC coupled system. Do you need a solar charge controller? We're going to say no in this case. Using an AC bus system. It's not to say that it exclusively has to be only one or the other. You could, in fact, incorporate both. Um, and why would you? Well, I know that it's common practice for a lot of people to combat this scenario that is known as black start. If we have a look at our diagram here for an AC bus interactive setup, as I was explaining earlier, that the battery inverter here, a multi-mode inverter, in our scenario in this design so far, we've chosen to be the Selectronic SP Pro. It's the heart of the system, but it relies on the battery. And so the battery has to have a suitable voltage to actually run the SP Pro inverter. If for whatever reason, and then to explain further, everything else kind of operates off the back of the battery inverter. For example, our charge source in this case, the renewable inverter, will only operate based on the AC sine wave output of this battery inverter. If this battery inverter is not operating for whatever reason, then also your renewable inverter cannot operate. So if for whatever reason our battery goes outside of voltage parameters of which this inverter can operate, then we cannot get any charge into it. So if we were unfortunate enough for our battery to be drained below its allowable limit, this inverter will not start up. Therefore, this inverter will not start up and you cannot charge a battery. That shouldn't happen in a well-designed system for a number of reasons. The first port of call is that when the battery inverter notices the battery voltage dropping below a certain point, and this comes down to your programming, it should call on the genset, auto start the genset to come in and help and charge the battery up. Obviously, you've got some potential problems there where the genset could be non-operational, could have run out of fuel, and things like that. But again, there are smarts that should be built into any well-designed system, such as an alarm, an alert that's sent via text message, email, whatever it may be, to say the genset did not start when I called it on. So that's sort of your first error that should be reported. And then if the system continues to operate, there's a second tier of voltage that should be programmed into the battery inverter. When it sees the battery go below that voltage, the battery inverter shuts down. It shuts off all AC loads so that there's minimal discharge coming out of the battery to preserve it. And now the only discharge that's coming out of the battery is, for example, just enough to keep the multi-mode inverter alive, awake. Obviously, in worst case, if that continues for a long time, it's a very small amount of power it's using from the battery to stay awake, but it is something. If it continues for a long time, it could eventually drain the battery beyond the point where this can no longer run. That's when you're stuffed. And that's why some people believe it's a good fail-safe to build in, and they do both a DC coupled and an AC coupled solution. So you can get away with your overall size requirements you need from your PV array on the AC coupled side, but they'll often put in just a relatively small nominal DC coupled system. So a charge controller connected here onto the DC bus between the battery and the battery inverter with its own solar attached, so that every day, whatever amount of sunshine there is, will be getting pushed into the battery. So there's always a residual charge of the battery that doesn't rely on this battery inverter. So it's kind of like a backup fail-safe. So you could have, and I definitely see it a lot of the time, both a DC coupled and AC coupled solution. In this case, we're just going to keep it simple and roll with an AC bus system. And so, yeah, some of those are, again, a reason why you might have that DC coupled backup. It could be the more remote your system is, if it doesn't have internet monitoring, if it doesn't have even close monitoring on site from people, then there's sort of more reasons you might want to build more fail safes in like that. Okay, this point will be revisited later on when designing the PV array with regards to our renewable inverter or our solar charge control. We'll come back to sizing what's required there. So that brings us on to 4H, selecting and sizing the battery bank. Firstly, so now we're happy that we've selected our inverter and we're happy with that. So if we go back to our picture there of our simple block diagram, like I was saying earlier, this whole process of design is working our way backwards through the system. So we started with the AC loads at the switchboard, and we've gone backwards into the battery to work out the losses through the cabling and the losses through the inverter to make sure we've got enough energy stored in the battery. So we're happy with the inverter we've chosen, and now we're still working our way backwards and just confirming things for the battery. That's where we're up to so far in our design. So firstly, choose a battery technology. Inspect the supplied battery data sheets in Connect. Please select only from these. And so obviously, I've kind of been steering you towards the lithium battery option because we've already had a lead acid design in our previous design assessment number 1 because that client preferenced lead acid. So in this case here, we're just going to have a go at designing the lithium. So we'll just say Sun and Shine lithium battery. So we're going with the lithium battery technology as opposed to lead acid this time. So first step now is to calculate daily capacity requirements. So this is getting at the energy requirements for our loads to make sure our battery is big enough. So here's a formula that's given to us out of the textbook. Daily battery capacity in amp hours equals our total energy, our E-tote that we recorded down earlier, divided by our DC voltage, so our battery system voltage, multiplied by the depth of discharge daily. There's some notes in here for this question. See also lithium ion batteries in section 14.3.2. And a couple of notes around, some industry guidelines. As a guide, 20% is often used as a depth of discharge daily value in a well-designed lead acid battery system, whilst lithium battery manufacturers can allow up to 80% product specific. What you might recall with regards to looking at lead acid is that there's a much larger disparity between the daily depth of discharge and the maximum depth of discharge. Because the deeper we discharge the battery, and this is true of lithium as well, but not as pronounced, the deeper we discharge the battery, the shorter the lifetime of the battery. And that's why, as it says here, 20% depth of discharge daily, that means we're only using 20% of the battery's capacity day on day, is a well-designed system. And that, for a lot of lead acid batteries, will give it a lifetime of probably 15, 20 years plus. Whereas we will often observe a maximum allowable depth of discharge of even as much as 70% on these lead acid batteries. But there's a difference, as we've already learned in this course, between daily depth of discharge and maximum depth of discharge. Maximum depth of discharge is the manufacturer saying, please don't ever go any deeper than this into the battery because you may damage it. Um, but that's just like a rare occasion in worst case, because we're going to go on in a moment and design for autonomy, which means how many days do you want to allow for this battery to continue to be discharged for the loads when it's getting poor charge? Like think about cloudy and rainy weather. It's getting bugger all charge from the solar panels. And so we want to still be able to use the battery for a series of days. And that's your autonomy. At the end of that series of days, you don't want to go any deeper than your depth of discharge maximum. However, day on day, in average usage, when you're getting charged up during the day from the solar and that sort of thing, we have a lesser amount that we want to use because that's our daily depth of discharge. And that's what's going to more so impact the overall lifetime of the battery. Because that maximum depth of discharge occasion, we don't know how often that's going to occur. It all depends on the weather. With your lithium batteries, however, they are less susceptible to this. And that's why you'll often see the maximum depth of discharge and the daily depth of discharge are the same thing. It's still true, as I said before, that the less you discharge out of it, theoretically, the longer the battery will last, but it's less of a factor. The other thing, this somewhat relates to the variability of the capacity of the battery. You might recall with regards to lead acid, the harsher you are on it, the more aggressive you are, relatively speaking, means you're drawing higher amounts of current out of it, discharging it faster. That actually results in less overall capacity of that battery. Whereas when you're gentler and you're discharging it slower, more sustainably at lower levels of current, you have a relatively larger capacity over that whole period. This also is less of a factor with lithium. And this is why we have to use this whole amp hour capacity for lead acid batteries. We can't simply get a result of watt hour usage for lead acid batteries because the manufacturer doesn't know how you're going to use it, how fast or slow you're going to discharge it. So they can't simply tell you this is how much energy and watt hours you're going to get out of it because I don't know how you're going to use it. Whereas we'll notice with a lot of our lithium battery data sheets, they do have an energy value in watt hours or kilowatt hours on there because they're far less susceptible to this variation in capacity. And as a result, we can actually use a simplified formula. I'll give you an example. So we'll use this formula here first. I'm going to just copy that down here into the answer box. So our e-tote, we can get that again off of our little side document that we've got going here with all of our values on it. Our e-tote to be stored in the battery, remember, was 64.3 kilowatt hours. If you're part way through it, like for your example, Chris, you may have a slightly different value. That's okay, as long as it's more than 55 kilowatt hours. So 64.3, now you might want to put it in as kilowatt hours, but people often do this and you just need to be mindful of, look, the formula's after amp hours. So amp hours, in terms of units of measurement, we need to put our value in watt hours for it to be the same level of unit of measurement. So it would be 64,300 watt hours. Otherwise, what we've got to be aware of, if we put in kilowatt hours, is that our result in battery capacity will come out as kilo amp hours. So because the formula is looking for amp hours, we'll put our value in e-tote as watt hours. We've then got VDC on the underside of the formula. That is our battery voltage. So 54 volts DC. Okay, depth of discharge daily. What are we going to use there? We're going to need to have a look at our battery data. We go back to Connect. Let's see what, we'll just look at the data sheet here firstly for the Sonnenschein at Home Lithium. What do they say about depth of discharge on here? Right, so there's the first reference there. High cycle life, 5,000 cycles at 80% depth of discharge. If we design this system to be 1 cycle per day, then 5,000 cycles we just simply divide by 365. 5,000 divided by 365 is 13.69. So theoretically, between 13 and 14-year lifetime. So if your customer was happy with that, and we're going to assume they will be, then 80% depth of discharge daily would be acceptable for this lithium battery. So that's what we're going to put in here. Now, the thing is, with a formula, it is best now, depending on how clever you are with your calculator, you might be able to get it to work with percentages and things. But for the purpose of longhand formulas, it's always best to convert it into a decimal. So it's going to be 0.8. That's our depth of discharge. Another thing that I'm going to mention here is that with our little side document, I'm going to also record in here that we chose 80% depth of discharge daily for battery. And that equals 5,000 cycles as per datasheet, because I think we'll need that value again later on. Okay, so carrying on this formula then, I'm just going to do the underside first. 54 times 0.8 is 43.2. And 64,300 divided by 43.2 is 1488. And that is amp hours is the result. Now, as I mentioned, converting to amp hours from watt hours is more important with lead acid batteries. Not so important with lithium batteries. We can do a variation of this formula, which would be, okay, let's just call it watt hours. Sorry, I'll take this one here. Because we don't have anywhere near the same impact on capacity variation with lithium, why don't we make it daily battery capacity in watt hours? Now we have to adjust this formula a little bit because it's somewhat similar to the power formula that we're used to, you know, P equals VI, power equals voltage times current. It's somewhat similar to that, what you'll observe from this formula here, where we're looking for amp hours. You could sort of relate that to current. And so with energy being watt hours, you know, look at the watts and the current, you divide it by the volts and the depth of discharge in this case to adjust the volts. So in this case here, we don't need, because we're staying with watt hours to get to battery capacity from watt hour requirements of the load, we do not need the voltage because we're not converting it into amp hours. So we just get rid of the voltage. And so all we're doing here is going, okay, the loads need a total of 64,300 watt hours out of the battery. So all we're going to do is divide that by the depth of discharge of the battery. And that will tell us then how much overall capacity in watt hours we need stored in the battery when we've allowed for the depth of discharge. So 64,300 divided by 0.8 is what we're doing there. I'm just going to put a or in between. Alternative formula for lithium. So 64,000 divided by 64,300 divided by 0.8 gives us 80,375 watt hours. So that's how much we actually need stored in battery capacity to allow for the maximum depth of discharge of 80%. So that way we still get our 64,300 watt hours out of the battery for the loads, but we don't go beyond that 80% depth of discharge. So to show the difference between those two, if we were selecting our battery based on these capacities, which we're not going to because we've got one more step to do yet for the autonomy, but if these were our values, okay, 1488 amp hours or 80,375 watt hours, and we go to our battery data, and even though we already know we're going to use a lithium battery, I'm also going to confer with the lead acid battery data sheet, which we did for the previous assessment. So I'm going to go back one step here to lead acid. So with our Sonnenschein A600 solar data sheet that we looked at with the previous assessment, if we go down to the capacity chart for the A600 solar battery, all we will see, as we expect, is capacities in amp hours. You will not find anywhere on these data sheets capacities in watt hours. So all we've got to go on is amp hours, and that's why we are only doing that top formula for lead acid. So we would at this point simply be going, okay, 1488 amp hours is the total we need. And then we would choose, is there one here with 1400? This is for, by the way, this is daily capacity. So you might recall when we're looking at our capacity up the top here, our discharge rate, we've got a choice between, as you can see, C1, C3, C5, C10, C100, and it reflects the number of hours over which we're going to use the battery. So if this is daily capacity, we're not going to use C100 because 100 hours is a lot more than the number of hours in one day, up to 24 hours. And a discharge rate of 100 hours reflects that you are being more gentle on the battery than if you wanted to fully discharge it in one day. So as a result, our conservative approach is to go down to the next smallest value, C10, even though C10 is a fair bit less than C24. It's just a conservative approach to go. We're saying that we're going to be more harsh on the battery, discharging it over 10 hours, and that will cause us to bump us up a higher model. As we go down through the column, we're looking at the different models of this A600 battery. So for C10, in our current design, we're looking at 1488 amp hours. So the very first battery model that's got a C10 of greater than 1488 amp hours is this 1960C model battery. So that's the one we'd be choosing. These are only 2-volt lead acid cells. So we'd be getting 24 of them in series to give us our 48-volt battery system voltage that this inverter we've chosen would operate on. That's what we've got to do for lead acid, and that's what we did in the previous assignment. However, for our lithium battery, we can use just this simplified formula to come up with, all we've had to do is correct the watt hour requirement of the loads for the depth of discharge allowance for this battery. Because we'll see now when we look at the lithium battery data sheet that it actually gives us both capacity in amp hours. However, it doesn't tell us over what discharge rate. And that again reflects what I said earlier about how their capacity is not as variable as lead acid. So it's kind of a little bit irrespective of discharge rate. That is the one capacity you get out of this battery. But see here, it also gives us energy values, which you'll never find on a lead acid data sheet. we've got a nominal energy of 8.5 kilowatt hours. Now that means, nominal means the total storage in that battery, which would be 100% depth of discharge, which we can't use. We already saw here on the data sheet, 80% depth of discharge is what it's recommended for. And so that's our other value here. We have available energy of 6.8 kilowatt hours. That value there means the 80% depth of discharge taken into account. So we would see if we went that nominal energy of 8.5 kilowatt hours multiplied by zero point 0.8 to reflect 80% depth of discharge, we end up with 6.8 kilowatt hours. That's the available energy. So this data sheet's actually very friendly. It simplifies it for us even further because if we go back to our assessment piece here, we could, because our battery data sheet actually gives us the amount of energy after the depth of discharge is taken into account, we didn't even need to do this part of the formula with 80% depth of discharge in it. We could have just taken the 64,300 watt hours of total requirement out of the battery and divided it by the available energy in the battery. So I'll just note in here that this 80,375 watt hours relates to nominal energy of the Sonnenschein at home lithium, which was 8.5 kilowatt hours. Oops. So we would go therefore, in working out how many batteries we need for daily capacity, it would simply be 80.375 kilowatt hours divided by, let me see if I can find my symbol for divided by 8.5 kilowatt hours. And that would tell us how many of these units, battery modules, we need. So I get 9.45. So that would mean round up to 10 battery modules. And so that prepares you for some lithium battery data sheets. They may only provide the nominal energy, for example. They might not provide the available energy that normally they would. But if they only provide the nominal or overall energy and then gave you the percentage depth of discharge, then this is the way we'd work it out. So, and they may call it, this is the thing with different manufacturers, they might use different names. So it could be nominal or it could be total, something along those lines, energy or capacity. But then as I was suggesting before, we could even have an even more simplified approach based on available or sometimes called usable energy. It's really just two different ways to skin a cat. Where here we simply take our E-tote of 64,300 watt hours divided by our available energy of 6.8 kilowatt hours. I should put it in the same format, shouldn't I? Make it 6,800 watt hours. And really, we should be arriving at the same result. Here's hoping. Yep. So 9.45 battery modules. Same as before. If that was your absolute minimum, you wanted to make sure you've got that much or more, then you'd have to round up, obviously, to 10 battery modules. Now, I realize that I've given a little bit more information than required there. Are there any questions on that? I'm hoping I haven't confused people, but that it's making sense.
How's that break looking, Israel?
What's that? Sorry, the break. Yeah. I think we'll do that now. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, as long as that. What's that? Sorry.
I was just wondering how long of a break you would be taking.
Yeah. So we're up to question 4J. Okay, so all we've looked at there before is the capacity we need for 1 day. And now we're looking at capacity for autonomy. And as it mentions there, you've got a reference to the textbook talking about autonomy. But basically, like I mentioned earlier, it's just a number of days that we want to allow for. And we'll see some guidance here in this question in a minute. That might be poor weather days, essentially, where there's not adequate solar charging the battery during those days. So we've got a very similar formula to the previous one that we used. Total battery capacity in amp hours is equal to, okay, again, we see that kind of similar to the power formula, where it's just energy. You could sort of swap out power for energy in this case. Energy divided by volts, and you end up with amps, or power divided by volts, you would get amps. So here we're doing energy divided by volts, and you get amp hours type thing. So that's pretty well similar to the previous formula, but then now you see the second part here as well, where we've got the time of autonomy. That's what TAUT stands for. The time of autonomy now is divided by the depth of discharge maximum instead of the depth of discharge daily beforehand. And it goes on again here. You can read into later on around lithium ion batteries in section 14.3.2 because there is a slight variation, which is not like you can still use this formula for amp hours, but as I showed before, and we'll do it again here, there's a simplified way to do it for lithium. And just another note about lead acid battery manufacturers stipulated DOD maximum depth of discharge of around 70 to 80%, whereas you can be up to 80 or 90% for lithium. But they're just nominal values. Always check with the specific battery manufacturer. And now there's one final note in this question just about industry guidelines recommend 2.5 to 3 days of autonomy for a standalone power system that incorporates a backup fuel genset. Or if you don't have a backup fuel genset, it recommends 5 to 10 days. Obviously, just trying to avoid the customer getting into a situation where they're running out of power because they haven't had any days of sunlight charging their batteries. So it's not a like a stipulation or a legal requirement, but these are just recommendations of what is good to use. So let's go ahead. I'm going to just copy this formula down again and we'll run through that one. Basically, it's very similar to the one we just did before, but just multiplying it by the number of days that we want to allow for. So our e-tote, remember, was off our little side document that we had going on there. 64.3, thank you, that's right. And pop that in here. Similar thing again though to what we saw before, we want to put it in the format of watt hours because the formula is after amp hours. So we just have to be mindful that if we put it in as kilowatt hours, then that would turn our formula result into kiloamp hours, being thousands of amp hours. Our battery voltage DC on the underside, once again, 54 volts. Now TAUT, a time of autonomy, I'm going to go for 3 days, being that we will incorporate a backup fuel genset. So we'll give it 3 days. And again here, our depth of discharge maximum is going to be 0.8 because of our lithium battery. So it stays the same. Right, so I'm just going to copy that down again and carry on with the formula. Okay, so I get an end result of 4,462 amp hours. Now, one thing that you might be thinking is why are, kind of the convoluted formula, so to speak, when we already did it up here for 1 day, 1,488 amp hours. So why didn't we just multiply it by 3 for 3 days? And yes, that would work in this scenario. The main reason though why they have two separate formulas is that, like I've mentioned a couple of times, the depth of discharge will change if it's lead acid batteries. So that's again why this formula is more so geared towards lead acid batteries. In the daily battery capacity amp hours, that's where your lead acid depth of discharge would typically be less. Whereas in this one that we're doing down here, your total battery capacity in amp hours, your depth of discharge would be more. However, because we're using lithium, in this case, the depth of discharge is the same. So we should find, for example, that result there, that 4,462, if divided by 3 days, is 1480. Yeah, same as that, what we found for the daily amount. So yes, in this case, whenever your depth of discharge is the same for both the daily amount and the autonomy amount, you could simply just multiply it by 3. And you could also, being that we're using lithium, you could also simplify this formula similar to what we did for the previous example um, by just removing the volts from the underside, the 54 volts DC. And that would then give us a result in watt hours instead of amp hours, which is suitable for lithium. We don't have to convert it all the way back to amp hours. So it just sort of removes one extra step. But for time's sake, we won't take the trouble to do that one today because we've already done the example in the previous question. Right, so now we've calculated a couple of different capacities for our battery. It comes down to choosing the battery capacity value. So we've seen in those couple of formulas just now what we are requiring for the loads, and now we need to go and choose a battery that will suit. So it goes on to say, note that from 4i, question 4i that we just did, you have a capacity value that accounts for one daily usage at a certain depth of discharge, whilst at 6j you have a capacity value accounting for a number of days of autonomy. In other words, continuous use from the battery whilst negligible charge is put back into the battery at a different depth of discharge. Well, in our case, that wasn't actually true. They were the same depth of discharge this time around, but it has the potential, like I pointed out, to be a different depth of discharge. So then it just recommends for us to choose a battery model that satisfies both of these capacities for the associated discharge rate. Now, this is only important again for lead acid, and that's where I went through the example earlier on the data sheet. And for example, it says here you would use the C10 rate for daily capacity, whilst you might use a C72, C100, or C120 rate for autonomy, just depending on how many days of autonomy you've allowed for. Just remember that that little number after the C just reflects the number of hours over which you would typically utilize that whole battery capacity. Whereas here we are with lithium, that doesn't matter, because we just found that all it comes down to is the number of days. So what we can do here, we got to go back to this total battery capacity, right? Because it's the bigger of the two. All we need to do, because similar to what we found earlier, we'll have a look at our lithium battery data sheet. Remember, it only gives us one capacity in amp hours, and similar with the energy. It's so different to lead acid. It doesn't say if you're going to use this battery over 5 hours, then you'll get this much energy. Or if you're going to use this battery over 20 hours, you're going to get this much energy. That's not the case with lithium because the capacity is not anywhere near as variable as it is with lead acid. So it makes it very simple for us. All we have to do is take that total amount of energy requirement for the loads, allowing for the number of days of autonomy, and divide it by how much energy is in one of the batteries. So if we go back to this total battery capacity in 4462 amp hours, there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could simply take that total battery capacity, I'll drag that one down to here, and divide, get my division symbol, divide by, okay, we had a capacity on our battery data sheet, didn't we? 156.6 amp hours. The question is that total capacity or does that after you account for depth of discharge? Interesting, isn't it? Because it's not really told to us. Whereas with the energy, it is clear for us because nominal energy you can see is a larger value. And when we multiply it by 0.8, we get available energy of 6.8. Well, we can find out pretty easily. Again, just an adaptation of the power formula. We take the amp hours and multiply it by the nominal voltage. And that shows us how much this capacity is in watt hours or kilowatt hours. So 156.6, I'm just going to do it down here. That was our capacity per battery module for the Son and Shine at Home Lithium, times our 54 volts, which is its nominal voltage. What does that give us? Right, so I've got 8,456 watt hours. And so that very closely relates to what we see on the data sheet being nominal energy, 8.5 kilowatt hours. So now we've just confirmed that that capacity value of 156.6 amp hours is the total capacity of that battery. So that's 100% depth of discharge. And we can actually use that value when we go to dividing total battery capacity by that value because remember, total battery capacity actually has the maximum 80% depth of discharge built into it. So therefore, we can divide it by the 100% depth of discharge of the battery because we've already built in that little 20% margin. So we're simply going the 4462 amp hours divided by our 156.6 amp hours. Forty-four 62. 28.49, so we're going to have to round that up. 29 battery modules. So we're starting to get up there. 29 of these battery modules we need now. So something that I want to raise at this point is, again, just coming back to and referring to our battery configuration capability. So if we have a look at our battery data sheet, remember what it said up here about up to, just need to scroll that across a bit, up to 12 modules of the same type can be connected in parallel. And so what that is telling us there is that per inverter, we can have up to 12 of these batteries. So it's important for us to be aware of these different anomalies with regards to different battery manufacturers as to how flexible they are. These have a limitation of the total capacity you can have connected to one inverter. So this is an interesting result for us in that it's now showing us we're actually going to need more than one inverter, multi-mode inverter, battery inverter, because we can only have 12 of these battery modules per one, and we need 29 battery modules. So obviously at this point, you could consider, okay, do we look at another battery option, a more flexible lithium battery option, which you could do, obviously in another scenario, but for here, this is the only one we're given. So we're going to continue working with it. Okay, so the next step in our design, as per the guidance in the GSES textbook, is to allow for temperature with regards to our battery capacity. And in a moment, we're going to see that because of this particular product, we don't have to worry about it. But again, this is more pronounced with lead acid batteries, where we can put it into a bit of a crude, simple example, like as if we think about the chemicals, liquid chemicals in the battery to a certain extent. They're not always liquid, but with that reaction, chemical reaction, as the temperature gets colder, I like to think of it as the chemicals freezing. And so therefore they struggle to cycle to produce that reaction. And so the colder it gets, the less capacity you've got to work with in your battery. They're actually very, like with the lead acid batteries, they're actually very efficient. The hotter it gets, the chemicals, you can think about them being warm and easily moving and reacting, but that does reduce the lifetime of the battery. They can work very efficiently, but their lifetime reduces. So but temperature has a couple of impacts there. As you can see, we need to be mindful of the overall temperature that our batteries are operating in from day on day so that we don't significantly reduce their lifetime. And also just to account for the lowest temperature we want it to operate at, to see whether or not it's going to actually shrink our battery, and therefore we need to allow for extra capacity, which we had to do in the previous design with the lead acid battery. We came up with a correction factor that made us increase the required capacity of the battery. And you can see here with the formula, we just take the nominal battery capacity in amp hours that we calculated already, that we required, and then we just divide it by the temperature correction factor, which will result in being a number less than one that then increases your overall capacity requirement. However, as I mentioned there, if we have a look here in Connect at our battery data for the Sonnenschein and Home Lithium, It's not actually this document. I will open, I think it's this specifications document. There were some random specifications that I got collected from the manufacturer. Yes. So the manufacturer told me that the capacity of these batteries is not actually impacted by the temperature as long as they're operated within their temperature range, which for most lithium batteries is generally somewhere between 0 to 45 or 0 to 60, depending on whether it's charging or discharging degrees Celsius. Whereas what we see here is the current, as it says, it's a current derating curve. So outside of these temperatures, 10 degrees, positive 10 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius is non-derated. But when operating at below 10 degrees Celsius and above 30 degrees Celsius, um, it will reduce by that amount as the chart shows there. We can also see at 40 degrees, this chart tells us it's a warning battery high temperature. So obviously they're not recommending operating at above 40 degrees. And similarly, like most lithiums, you'll find not to be operated below 0 degrees. So the BMS built into the battery will take control and will disconnect the battery in those scenarios. Uh, well, yes and no. Is it ambient temperature? It really depends on what the battery temperature is because it's an internal temperature probe that will be measuring that. So yeah, it may not quite, whilst the battery's operating, it is actually going to be above. Yes. Yep. So you would expect it whilst it's operating to be somewhat above ambient temperature, yeah. So we can take the battery manufacturer's guidance on this one and just say no temperature capacity correction factor as per manufacturer. Detail. As long as battery is operated within allowable temperatures. This then brings us on to question 4M, maximum continuous and surge demand. So we're revisiting these ones again. Last time we looked at max demand and surge demand was for the inverter to ensure that it's capable of servicing the loads. Now we're looking at it from the battery's perspective. So we're going to compare the maximum and surge demands to the battery's discharge capability. How much current or power can the battery push out at one time? So here in the question in the guidance, again, it's steered towards the lead acid process, the more traditional process of converting the maximum demand and the surge demand, which we already have given to us in terms of power in kilowatts, but then converting it via the power formula into current because of that whole thing that we've touched on a couple of times, where our lead acid batteries are so variable in their capability depending on how fast or slow you discharge them. So that's why we've always got to take it back to sort of the more raw form of current. Whereas we'll see here with the lithium, we don't need to because we get both power and current given to us. So let's have a look at our battery spec again. And on this particular specification document for the battery, it tells us its peak output is 14 kilowatts. So it gives it to us in power. And that's only for 3 seconds, which will service a lot of surge loads, load surges. and then a continuous output of 7 kilowatts. Now, the really cool thing here too is that is increased by the number of units in parallel. It says here, when in parallel, the nominal energy peak and continuous output is multiplied by the number of units. So it becomes quite significant. Obviously, that's a lot of power, 7 kilowatts per unit. We've got a number of units in parallel, up to 12 per inverter. So the inverter itself is actually going to become the limiting factor then. So we can go back here. Whoops, wrong one. And we can just pop in here using lithium battery. Therefore, Imax formula not required. Basically, we're replacing Imax for Pmax, maximum power. And so therefore, because we're just using Pmax, we don't even have to use the voltage. So we can do an adaptation of this where it becomes like, so there's our original formula. So Imax, we make it, oops, Pmax. And we take out the voltage. Well, in fact, we have no DC loads. We can get rid of that side altogether. And we take out the voltage. So it's just that part of the power formula we're just getting rid of because we don't have to convert it back to amps. Just leave it as Pmax, which means all we're doing is getting the max demand of the loads, which we remember was 8 kilowatts. And then we're just dividing it. So the same process that we went through for the energy, we divide it by the efficiency of the inverter and the cable because there's some loss there, of course. So our ACP max was 8 kilowatts. Our inverter efficiency, we will recall, or we can refer to that other document where we've recorded it down, we used 0.9. And our cable efficiency also was 0.95. So it brings our max demand on the battery up to 9.35 kilowatts. So just to visualize that again, I'll just pop the little block diagram on the screen that we've been referring to. So at the AC loads point on the right-hand side of our block diagram here is where we needed 8 kilowatts. But because of the losses through the cable and the inverter efficiency, we actually need 9.35 kilowatts to be capable of being produced at the battery. Similar process for the surge requirement. So again, we've got the formula given there out of the textbook for converting it into Imax being current for lead acid batteries, but we will do the same thing here that we did, just converting it into Pmax. No need to go all the way to Imax. and we call it surge. And our surge demand, of course, was 13 kilowatts for our AC loads. And the same again for inverter, 0.9, and cable, 0.95 efficiencies. Point 0.855. Right, so we want our battery to have a surge capability of 15.2 kilowatts. So those are the requirements of the loads on the battery. Maximum demand of 9.35 kilowatts and a surge demand of 15.2 kilowatts. So now we're going to confirm our actual configuration of the batteries to ensure that they service those requirements. At question 4N, confirm battery model and wiring configuration. In other words, how many in series and parallel. Now that the major electrical requirements of the battery are known, total capacity, max, and surge demand, an appropriate battery can be chosen. Note the battery could be configured as multiple individual cells in series or parallel arrangement, in other words, for lead acid types, or prepackaged as either one or multiple modules in parallel, in other words, our lithium types, like what we're seeing here. There's some guidance in the textbook in that section as well about number of parallel battery strings, which is quite important with lead acid batteries especially. Whereas with our lithium batteries, they're already configured internally. And then we've just got to be mindful of any specifics of how many of those modules can go into one system, like we've just seen with this one. We can have up to 12 in parallel on one battery. Some of the guidances ensure that selection exceeds the required capacity chosen at 4K and operates the system voltage chosen at 4B. So these are just double ups, making sure we're aware of that. Some guidance on what C rate to use for lead acid, of course, one that reflects the number of hours over which you are fully utilizing the battery. If there's no such C rate, choose the next lower number. We've been over that, but again, we're using lithium in this case, so it's okay. And finally, choose from those that are available in Connect. So we already know that we require 29 battery modules from what we previously calculated. So 29 battery modules required, but only 12 can be paralleled, right, in one system on the one multi-mode inverter. So this means that 3 multi-mode inverters will be required. You could, up to you how you wanted to configure it. I'm not too sure whether Son and Shine would have a preference with regards to number of if there needs to be a balance of them, like whether you fill up 12 batteries on the first 2 inverters and that only leaves you with 5 batteries on the final. My suggestion here, though, would be this, that with these Selectronic SP Pro inverters, if we're going to need 3, then we might as well configure them for 3-phase output. That obviously gives a lot more flexibility to the client for future use. rather than just parallel stacking them as a single phase output, because you have that capability with this type of inverter. So that would be my preference. 3 multi-mode inverters required. 29 batteries obviously is not quite evenly spread out, but we could do, what does that give us? 1 of 9 and 2 of 10. So 1 parallel group of 10 on first inverter and 2 parallel groups of 9. Sorry, I got that around the wrong way, didn't I? 1 parallel group of 9 on the first inverter and 2 by parallel groups of 10 each on their own inverter. So something else I wanted to mention as well, with regards to, now that we've discovered that we're going to need 29 batteries in this case, and we've got to spread them now across 3 inverters, remember how we chose our multi-mode inverter? It was based on the maximum demand and surge demand capability. We had 2 48-volt inverters to choose from, and this is really just a recommendation towards, what would you call it, sustainability or cost efficacy. Um, because we could only needed the 1 inverter at that stage, but now we need 3, my recommendation would be to drop them down to the previous model. So let's have a look at our inverter data sheet to show my point here. With the Selectronic SP Pro, we chose this SPMC 482-AU because of its 30-minute output capability of 11.25 kilowatts to exceed the maximum demand requirement of 8.8, plus the 30-second output of 18 kilowatts to exceed the surge demand. But now that we've got 3 inverters, my sort of feeling would be to drop down to this other 48-volt model, because we could save the client a bit of money and still more than adequately meet. So our 30-minute output will be 7 times 3, so 21 kilowatts, and our 30-second would be 3 times 12. So, it's more than ample for what's required. So that's something we could consider there as well. Not required, but just a recommendation. Okay, so moving along, we're just verifying now that our chosen battery meets the maximum surge demands. We have pretty well already answered this. So it just says consult manufacturer data on chosen battery to see that maximum discharge current, or in our case with lithium power, exceeds the maximum and surge demands calculated at 4M. If not, choose or list a new battery model configuration here. So again, referring to our document we've been keeping running with all the, trying to get it to open up on my screen here. Here it is with all our different values. So there's our maximum and surge demands, 8 and 13 kilowatts. So I'm just going to note in here for this answer, max demand, 8 kilowatts, and surge demand of 13 kilowatts, easily serviced by battery bank, minimum bank of 9 parallel batteries or battery modules, equals, what did they call it? I'm just going to have a look at that specification sheet for the battery. Yeah, continuous output of 7 kilowatts. Continuous output of 7 kilowatts times 9 equals 54 kilowatts as per manufacturer spec. So we can see, yes, the battery's well and truly got enough capability to exceed the maximum and surge demand. So we've been looking at everything coming out of the battery, energy out, current out, or power out. And now we're going to look at it the other way as well. What about power in? How do we charge the battery? What can it receive in terms of charge? So that's the next question, 4P, record maximum charging current for chosen battery. And there's a couple of important notes here as well. This note here says, if the total sum of your battery charging device's capability, for example, solar controllers, inverter chargers, etc. So this is one to be mindful of if you've got more than one inverter attached to a group of batteries, or a solar charge controller and an inverter attached to a group of batteries, for example. So this is a little more pertinent for DC coupled arrangements, and I'll show you an image here. So the one we were looking at earlier, where if you have a DC coupled arrangement, we've got a solar controller attached directly to the battery, and we have a multi-mode inverter attached directly to the battery, both of which can charge the battery at the same time. So what we want to just be cautious of is that we do not exceed the maximum charge capability of the battery, which is what we're looking at with this question here. So if you do have a scenario with this going on, it's important to have a way for these two charge devices to communicate, so that if, for example, the battery's maximum charge current, and you'll get that off of the manufacturer's spec, is less than the maximum charge current capable of both of these devices together, then you need a way of programming them down so that they won't exceed it. In our case here, however, we are more in the AC bus configuration that's going to wind up a bit more like this. Again, just excuse the grid. We'll just call it a generator instead of a grid. And so you can see the battery is more so dedicated off of the multi-mode inverter, and the grid connect inverter flows through the multi-mode inverter to get to the battery anyway. So in this scenario with an AC coupled arrangement like what we are designing in this one, the multi-mode inverter is, everything goes through the multi-mode inverter with respect to the battery anyway. So it can control everything. We just program that one for the maximum charge current. So consult manufacturer data for maximum charging current and record here. So we can go back to our battery data. I think it's on the data sheet. And here we are. Maximum charge current, 90 amps. Now the interesting thing about that one too, I'm just going to assume that it is increased by the number of battery modules in parallel. However, of course, if this was a real design we're putting together, we wouldn't assume anything. You just verify it with the manufacturer. But it's just interesting to note that on this other document where I got the information about when in parallel, the nominal energy, peak and continuous output is multiplied by the number of units, but there's no mention of the charge current being paralleled by the number of units. It would seem to make sense that it would be, but it just doesn't stipulate it here. So we'll just put it down as 90 amps as per manufacturer detail. But yes, that's an important detail for us to know, because when it comes to installation and programming the battery inverter, we've got to be aware of it. If the battery maximum charge current is more than what the inverter charger or whatever charging sources we've got on site can produce, then it's not a problem. It can go for gold and charge at its own maximum. But if it's the other way around, and the inverter can produce more charge current than what our battery can handle, then you need to program it down. And so we can check that here. If we have a look at our inverter, this one here, the SPMC 481, we're talking about dropping down to, or if we maintained with the SPMC 482, we just scroll down to here, maximum charging from grid or generator. So the smaller model does 104 amps and the larger one does 156. So all we've got to go on so far is 90 amps. So it looks like these would exceed the maximum charge current and we would have to program it down, which is fine, part of the normal programming process. But as I say, we would seek more information from Sonnenschein because it looks like it would probably make sense that it's actually 90 amps per battery module. So if we've got 9 or 10 batteries in parallel in one inverter, then it's more like 900 amps or something, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, so 4Q, estimate battery lifetime based on expected daily depth of discharge. Consult battery manufacturer data for a life cycle graph similar to figure 10.1 in the GSES textbook. Record expected lifetime for your battery design here. Okay, so we can actually calculate our depth of discharge of the battery at a daily value because we've now had to, a little bit of rounding has gone on in there since we requested what sort of size battery we needed. So if we go back to, I'm just going back to have a look at our daily requirement, which was our 64,300 watt hours. Or sorry, was that our total? Oh yeah, no, that was per day, 64,300 watt hours per day. So therefore, if E tote is 64,300 watt hours, total battery capacity is 29 times 8.5 kilowatt hours, wasn't it? 8.5 if we double check on our battery data sheet. This is total, so we're not accounting for any depth of discharge yet, just nominal energy, total. 8.5 kilowatt hours per battery module. So that's 246.5 kilowatt hours. So all we're going to do is go, well, how much of that is our daily usage of 64.3 kilowatt hours divided by 246.5. Equals 0.26. So therefore, this is a depth of discharge daily of 26%. So that's interesting to see, isn't it? And we didn't know that before now because all along we've been doing maths allowing for 80% depth of discharge because that's what the battery manufacturer is happy for us to do daily and to get 5,000 cycles as a result. But because we also then allowed for autonomy and increased, the overall capacity of our battery by 3 times, basically for 3 days, it brings our daily depth of discharge on your regular days when you've got adequate sunshine and that sort of thing right down to 26%. And with that, we can now have a look at, as the note in the questionnaire has said, the manufacturer data for a life cycle graph to see now how many cycles we're likely to get. For that, we actually have to go to, and I'm going to open another page here, I think, for another document. We actually have to go to the installation manual for the batteries. So this is one thing, like I mentioned earlier on when looking at the product data resources, uh, batteries, you've got to go digging a bit more for data than what we're used to for, say, solar panels and inverters. Yes, so the installation and operating manual for the Sun and Shine at Home Lithium, that's the one we want here, I believe. And now I'm going to have to find where it talks about that would be required to have to go to the manufacturer for more detail if they would provide that. At least at this stage, all we've got to go on is number of cycles of 5,000 at 80% depth of discharge, but no extra recommendation if your depth of discharge is less than that. Uh, the theory is that the battery should last longer as a result, but we haven't been able to find any manufacturer data to tell us exactly how much longer. So I'm just going to pop in there, further investigation would be required from manufacturer. So that brings us to the end of sizing the battery. We've done all of our groundwork with respect to, if we have a look at our image there again, um, working our way backwards from the AC loads through the cabling, the inverter to the battery to make sure everything is sized adequately in terms of power and energy. And now we're going to keep working our way backwards now. So if we think about the flow of energy going backwards from the loads through the cabling, through the inverter to the battery, and now we've actually got to go back through the cable, through the battery inverter again, through cables and back to the renewable inverter and the PV array to work out the amount of energy we need coming from there as well. So that's this next section 5, sizing and specifying renewable energy. Again, there's a reference to the textbook of section 15.1 can help you through here. There's a table 15.1, which actually this table originates from the Australian Standard 4509.2, the design standard, and it's referenced in the textbook here as well in chapter 15, which chapter 15 is called generator sizing in the textbook, not to be confused with fuel generator. It just means generator in general, um, because the generator of the power or energy could be the PV, solar, or a wind turbine, or a micro hydro, or indeed, yes, a fuel gen set. So the first, in the early stages of this, chapter 15, somewhere in here, first couple of pages, I'm sure. Here's table 15.1, the one that's borrowed out of AS 4509, which also reflects its age because the Australian standards 4509 for standalone power systems, the last time they were written was 2009 and 2010. And so these oversupply coefficients are just a guidance based on what sort of renewable energy generator type you have. You can see here it's got PV array, micro hydro, or wind. Depending on the reliability of that resource as to how much you should oversize that system. And you can see there for PV array, they've got recommended 1.3 to 2 times oversize. And so I guess the thing that I'm hinting at here with regards to it showing its age is that these days, at least for us in Australia for the most part, with STCs, solar panels are very cheap, the cheapest part of the system. So go crazy, basically, I guess, to a certain extent, right, with oversupply. So if we're going to take this guidance, we would just automatically go to 2 times oversupply, because as long as we've got the space allocated, and obviously that will always be a limitation, and the budget of the client, it is the most cost-effective part of the system to oversize. So that's what this is talking about. Basically, just choosing an oversupply coefficient, which we'll come back to. But firstly, we want to calculate the design month. Design month, it talks about in that section of the textbook as well, is basically the month that has the greatest disparity, the worst ratio between the available peak sun hours, irradiation, and the requirement of the loads. So that was something we went through and calculated in detail in the first design, and you'll be pleased to see that you don't have to go to the same detail in this one. The data's already been collected on site and provided for us. So this renewable energy resource assessment, table B5, it actually copies, which we'll see in a minute, table B5 from AS4509 as well. But firstly, here is our data for the site. We've already been given all of our corrected peak sun hours, also known as H tilt from AS4509. And as it says in the brackets there, irradiation on tilted planes. So it means these are the actual peak sun hours for the very location we're going to mount these panels, which we assume is going to be basically ideal latitude and tilt for this particular site, because they're yet to build that building we're going to mount them on. We've also got our wind speed data, which is going to come in handy later on when we're sizing the wind energy conversion system. So we're working towards finding out what our design month is. And as you look through the months here in this table of corrected peak sun hours, you can see, obviously, as we'd expect, the winter months are the lowest, 3.9, but we're yet to see how that will compare to our loads. So we have table B5 to complete. The first column, the first row is DM1, and as it says, corrected peak sun hours, allowing for shade and tilt and orientation from your calculations at 7i, or in this case, already provided, 5a. That's a little typo there that needs to be taken out, because it was just copied across from the previous design. Those of you who have already done that will probably recall we had to go through and calculate and correct all the peak sun hours. So, but in this case, they are already recorded for the site. So it's just from the table above. So all of these values, I think I've already tried this trick before. I don't think it works to try and copy them as a up to August and then put them in a row. I don't think it works. No, it doesn't. Let's put all the same number in. I'm going to have to do this the long way. Okay, so with our load then, in kilowatt hours per day for the second row, uh, all we've got in terms of split across the year, of course, is two different ones, one for summer and one for winter. So the tip here is just split the winter and summer evenly over the year. So basically 6 months of each. Or this would be site specific, if for whatever reason the client had a more specific spread of their load, then you would work that out with them and fill it in as appropriate per month in the year. But I'm just going to go, winter was 42 kilowatt hours, so I'm just going to do 3 months one side of the 30th of June and 3 months the other side. And then the rest is summer, which was 55 kilowatt hours. If I just confer with we recorded our summer day and our winter day totals, 55 and 42. And that's what I've put in here because it's our load detail we want. The row below that then, DM3, is simply the ratio of the resource divided by the load. So the resource is the peak sun hours. So for example, here in January, 5.4 peak sun hours, that's our available irradiation, corrected irradiation. So that means it's been corrected for any tilt and orientation and shade impacts, divided by our load requirement of 55 kilowatt hours. And so then we can do that sum for each month, and then we'll work out which month has the worst ratio, essentially, is what we're after here to find out our design month. So hopefully everybody else is using their calculator and getting similar results, and that I'm not putting in all the wrong ones. Nobody's been checking me yet. So the final row then is asking us to nominate which month has the worst ratio and which has the best ratio. And it's just for interest sake that we want to know the best ratio, but for the most part, we want to know the worst ratio. So we can see here the highest one looks like this one, 0.107, which was September. So that's the best month. And basically what that number means to us is that of the number of peak sun hours provides zero point 0.1 of the load's requirements on that day. So basically for a 1 kilowatt rated system, if you had a 1 kilowatt rated system, PV, it would allow for basically 10% or thereabouts of the loads requirement for that one day. So then the lowest looks to be 0.084, which is March. And you can see why, because March is on its way down into sort of autumn with lower peak sun hours of 4.6, and yet we've still allocated that 55 kilowatt hour summer usage to it. So that's the worst ratio, which means that March becomes our design month. So that's the month we focus on with regards to our peak sun hours and therefore sizing our PV array towards that month. Okay. Next step here at question 5b is where we want to collate our system losses. And section 15.1.2 of the GSES textbook goes through this because there's a number of different formulas depending on the type of system. As it goes on to note here under the question, make sure you use the right one, whether you got DC bus or an AC bus system. And just a reminder with regards to efficiencies and losses. Okay, so an efficiency is when we have a whole. Now in decimals, a whole is 1. In percentages, a whole is 100%. Either way, the efficiency is what is left of that whole after the loss is removed. So if we're looking for an efficiency, we remove the loss and then we state the number that's left after the loss is removed. For example, if we had a 3% loss, we would reflect that as a decimal of 0.03. Therefore, 1 minus 0.03 gives us an efficiency of 0.97. Right, so we're going to have a look at our data again for the battery to find the battery efficiency. So this is just guiding us through putting our renewable energy subsystem efficiency together. We're going to continue with the same cable loss just for consistency. You know, we allow for an efficiency of 0.95. And there's a reminder here that with an AC bus system, there are 2 calculations for system efficiency due to 2 potential pathways for energy flow, whether it's daytime or nighttime. And so I will depict that here when we have a look at our systems again, because we might look at the DC bus system first. So we see here that when we're looking at the PV array energy through to the loads, really there's only one pathway. It comes here from the PV array through the solar controller, through the multi-motor to the loads. Now, the battery in effect is just going to be charged first. It's going to be, you know, in the path of least resistance. Essentially, it's on the way. To a certain extent, you know, it means that that's just going to be charged as a byproduct. You know, the loads will draw and it will come either from the PV array or the battery, just depending on which one's got the most available energy at the time. But you can't really choose in this case not to charge the battery, for example, and only deliver the loads. It just happens simultaneously. So there's simply only one path for the energy to flow to the loads through this DC bus system like this. We contrast that with the AC bus system setup that we're going for is a bit more like this. And so the loads, as you can see, are connected between the grid connect inverter and the multi-mode inverter. So they're actually on the way to the battery. So this means that during the day, our PV array energy goes through the cables, through the grid connect inverter to the loads. So it's really quite efficient for daytime loads. But our goal obviously is to also charge the battery so that at night time energy is available in the battery. So our PV array, obviously we're sizing it and expecting it to produce enough energy during the day to both deliver the loads and charge the battery. But then at night time, of course, that energy we've charged in the battery during the day from the solar then comes back out of the battery through the inverter to the loads. So this is why it's important to know that the split of energy usage between daytime and nighttime, because we have a much less efficient pathway of energy for the nighttime loads. It has to go all the way from the solar here, the PV array, through to the battery and back out of the battery to the loads. So we've got to account for that whole efficiency there. And that's what we're going to do here at this question here. So we'll confer with the textbook in that section there, 15. System losses. We're not a DC bus system. We keep going. Where was that formula? You can see here for a DC bus system, which is this one here, which we would have used in the previous design assignment number 1, there's just one formula, NRES, which stands for the efficiency of the renewable energy subsystem is equal to the efficiency of the renewable energy to the inverter. That means transmission efficiency. So I was talking about cabling, voltage drop losses from the PV array to the inverter. So that's what that first value is, multiplied by the efficiency of the regulator or charge controller. It's just another name for solar charge controller, multiplied by the efficiency of the battery to be charged. So that's the one formula you use for the renewable energy subsystem efficiency for a DC bus system. However, ours is AC bus system in this case, so we need to continue on. They have a interesting little table here you can go through, and it just breaks it all down for you on that DC bus system um, to see the different pathways of energy that could be accounted for depending on the type of charge controller you have. However, we have an AC bus system, and now we start to see the two different formulas we've got to use here. Now, NRES2 is simply called NRES2 because, well, NRES1 was like the DC coupled one. It was just NRES. So NRES2 is the daytime efficiency for an AC coupled system. So all we've got is the voltage drop in the cables from the renewable energy generator to the load and the renewable energy inverter efficiency. Because if we confer once more to our diagram, that reflects what's happening here. Energy from the PV, all it's got to do is transmission efficiency through the cables, so voltage drop, and the conversion efficiency of the renewable inverter. That's all we've got to allow for in NRES2. But then down here we have NRES3, which now we've got transmission efficiency, but in this case, see the transmission efficiency in NRES2 was from the renewable energy generator, from the PV array to the load. Whereas this one here, we've got from the renewable energy generator to the battery and the load. So that overall route if you know what I mean. So instead of just these cables here to get from the PV array to the load, now for NRES3, we're looking at all the way through to the battery and back out to the load. That's what we're accounting for. So it could be as much as 10%, 5% drop from the PV array to the battery, another 5% from the battery to the loads. And then you multiply that by the renewable energy inverter efficiency, because again, obviously the PV array energy's got to go through the renewable energy inverter during the day while it's operating, and then times the inverter charger efficiency, because now it's got to go through the inverter charger to charge the battery, and then times the battery charging efficiency, because we've got to charge the battery, and then one more back through the inverter to the loads. So you can see there's quite a bit in that pathway, isn't there? Um, and that's what we see on our example here. You just see all of the components and the cabling that that energy has to flow through. So that's what we're going to use. We're going to use these two formulas to calculate both our NRES2 and our NRES3. So we'll put that into this question here, this answer spot for question 5b. We will have NRES2 equals transmission efficiency from RE to the load times the efficiency of the renewable energy inverter. So from the PV array to the load, we would just allow that nominal 5% voltage drop again. So we'll just call that 0.95 efficient times our renewable energy inverter efficiency. Now, we haven't actually chosen a renewable energy inverter yet. So let's have another look in Connect, and I'll open up another page, duplicate another tab for our inverter data. So which inverter to use? Well, we're after renewable energy inverter, which means one that the PV array can connect directly to. Multi-mode inverters only that do not have a maximum power point tracker built in cannot have the PV array directly connect to it, such as the Victron Multi Plus. That is a multi-mode inverter charger only, no MPPT built in. Same as the Selectronic SP Pro, also does not have an MPPT built in. Now, the SunGrow SH5K-20 is an interesting one because it's a hybrid inverter. It does have an MPPT built in, and it does also have battery charge and discharge function. But the issue you would have here is, and you've got to get familiar with the products that you want to use, because SunGrow don't recommend this product for permanent off-grid use, plus the fact that I don't believe it can operate in parallel with another multi-mode inverter. So it's likely it would not operate at all. So you don't want to use that for your renewable energy inverter. And similarly with the Victron Easy Solar, also is basically just a solar charge controller and an inverter charger built into one enclosure. So again, you've got two dissimilar multi-mode inverters operating together because we've already got our SP Pro. To have another one of those might cause issues. You'd have to investigate it with Victron. So it really only leaves, the best solution is the Fronius Primo. The other thing to be aware of too is that you would get what's called a Selectronic certified Fronius Primo. We did see that in one of the documents we looked at earlier, where on that Selectronic document, it has compatible products. I'll just bring this one across again. And not only batteries, but also inverters. You'll notice here, PV inverter or renewable energy inverter, as we're calling it at the moment. the Selectronic Fronius Primo Cert, which it just stands for Selectronic Certified, and ABB is the other brand that Selectronic certifies. And it's somewhat of a similar concept to the whole BMS with the lithium batteries in that it just means that Selectronic and Fronius and ABB have spoken in such a way that Selectronic have shared their communications protocol and they've built it into the Fronius and the ABB inverters so that this electronic can, via communications cable connection, talk to those inverters and ramp them up and down as necessary. And that becomes very effective for use of the PV. You can use a generic renewable energy inverter, no problem, but it's not as effective use. And we see that reflected on this electronic data sheet here. We go right up the top. Maximum export power. This is for our Selectronic SP Pro multi-mode, battery inverter. Maximum export power, so it means the maximum amount of power that it can just push through, whether it's coming from the battery and or the solar. So it says here that it's rated to its continuous output, which we see down here is the fourth row down or fifth row down for power output. That is its maximum export power that can pass through this Electronic SP Pro. But then in brackets, you see here 2 times continuous output for Selectronic certified managed AC coupled. So yes, you could use a generic renewable inverter with this electronic battery inverter, such as, I don't know, GoodWe or SMA or whatever it be. But you are limited to the continuous output rating. But if you use this electronic certified Fronius or ABB, you can now double that. So you could have during the day while the solar is running, for example, on this model of inverter that we've chosen from this electronics, the SPMC 481, we could actually have up to 10 kilowatts passing through it, a combination of solar and battery power to the loads. So that's the what we're looking at there. So that's why we're considering, another reason why we're considering the Fronius Primo. So we'll go back to the Fronius data sheet, seeing as that's kind of really the only choice out of the renewable energy inverters here. But just be mindful if you're not aware and you are looking at doing this in the future that you actually order a Selectronic certified Fronius. So the wholesalers hold them and they're pre-programmed, ready to go. You don't just, it's not just a normal Primo. You will pay more for it. So at this stage, we don't know what size array we're going to have. So therefore, we don't know what size inverters, Fronius Primo inverters, we're going to need. So again, we're just going to have a look at the general efficiencies and pick a conservative number. What have they got here? Okay, so for these models here, from the 3 kilowatt, the 3.0, you can see there is around, now with our renewable inverters, we generally, choose the lesser of the two out of the efficiencies because you commonly have both a max efficiency and a European efficiency. So 96.1 looks like the lowest one there, the smaller the rating. And as we go up into the larger models, I think it does get better. It doesn't get any lower. Yeah, into the 97s. So I would tend towards just using a conservative value again, 95%, since it's below our lowest maximum efficiency. So here for our RE inverter, I'm just going to go 0.95 and just make a note on that. 0.95 used for RE inverter as a conservative value. Actual model not yet known. And inverter does not always operate at max efficiency. So then our NRES ends up being 0.95 times 0.95 for NRES2. And then we're going to have to calculate also our NRES3, which was our formula down here. From this is, what page of the textbook is that? Page 351 is where these formulas are from. So starts off with the RE to the battery transmission efficiency times the renewable energy inverter efficiency times the inverter charger efficiency times the battery efficiency times the inverter's inverting efficiency of the battery energy back to the loads. So I'm going to allow 0.95 from the renewable energy to the battery times our 0.95 that we used for the renewable energy inverter. And we did record down our SP Pro efficiency, I believe, on our other document there. Yes, we used actually 90%. And while we're at it, I might actually also put renewable energy inverter on this document. Fronius and 95% efficiency used, just so we can keep track of that one. So our inverter charger, our Selectronic is 0.9 as we just found, times our battery efficiency. Now our battery efficiency is quoted in the battery data sheet, I believe, for the Sonnenschein at Home Lithium. Actually, no, it's not. It's not on, oh, is it? Remember which document I was looking at. No, I think it is in the manual, the installation manual. This one here. Just going to type in efficiency. And it's in this technical key variables on page 33 of the, yep, greater than 95, yep, at 25 degrees Celsius. So, all right, we'll take 95. So I'm just going to note that down here. Sunshine at Home Lithium, 95% efficiency. And then finally, our inverter efficiency of the Selectronic again, now using the battery energy to discharge to the load. So again, 0.9, sorry, we were using for that one. So we multiply all those together to find our NRES3. 0.69. So it's quite a low efficiency, which makes sense given the amount of running around in the system there that energy is doing. Okay, so another piece in the puzzle here is to correct our PV module power. So we know that we get our PV modules, our solar panels, with a rated power rating on the data sheet, which is at standard test conditions, which of course is not how it's going to be in its operation because it's not going to be at standard test conditions very often at all. So section 3.2.4 of GSES textbook does go through this in more detail, but to correct the temperature first, we need to know the power temperature coefficient of our panel. So I'm just going to choose out of the two solar panels we've got to choose from here. Find another tab. Go back to our product data resources. Okay, so typically we'd preference, I think, using the larger power rating of the two. I'm going to go with the Q cells. And we're looking on the data sheet for the temperature coefficient for power, which what that is the amount, it tells us the increments by which the power varies depending on the temperature. So we're going to choose the biggest panel here, the 295 watt panel. But of course, as we know, these performance characteristics are at standard test conditions, as it tells us here. 1000 watts per square meter, 25 degrees cell temperature. The actual cells in the panels are 25 degrees Celsius, and an air mass of 1.5. So we always want to make sure we're dealing with the STC characteristics because we know what they're tested at in order to then correct from that as a reference point. Just be careful not to use the normal operating conditions or normal operating cell temperature or whatever they want to call it. Those values there is the manufacturer just giving you a more real world value. And you can see below what those values are measured at. The irradiance is 800 watts per square meter with an air mass of 1.5. They don't actually tell us the temperature, so we can only assume perhaps the temperature is still 25 degrees Celsius. That's odd. In any case, just pointing out that we use the STC values. So we're working on this one here, the 295 watt module, but what we're after right now is the temperature coefficient for power. So we have to scroll down a little further and we find our temperature coefficients down here. Now we always have three temperature coefficients, one for current, being short circuit current, one for power, which is power, that's PMPP, power at maximum power point, and one for voltage, temperature coefficient of VOC, which is open circuit voltage. So whenever the circuit's under load, which is when the solar array is producing power, we are referring to the temperature coefficient of PMP. And here we've got negative 0.39% per degree Kelvin. Now it's the same increments with degrees Celsius, so there's no conversion factor there. But basically it's just telling us that we're going to lose 0.39%, a little less than 0.5% of our power for every rise in temperature, every 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature over 25 degrees. As for current, short circuit current, we actually gain current by a much smaller amount, 0.04% per rise in degree Celsius. And then with VOC, it's quite similar value to our PMP, just a little less loss on the VOC, negative 0.28% per degree. So anyway, right now we're after the temperature coefficient for power, negative 0.39%. That's what we want to carry over to our assessment. And that's what's going to go into our formula here. So I'm just going to note down negative 0.39% per degree Celsius power temp coefficient as per QCell datasheet in Connect. Right, and we're going to use this formula. Now, this formula here originates from AS 4509.2 again, and is also described in depth in the textbook in this section, 3.2.4. But to use it, we are finding the effective cell temperature. That's what these words mean. So T cell EFF is the effective cell temperature, which just simply means, okay, we go and mount that solar panel on a roof somewhere. What is that cell temperature going to be? The way we can find out is by researching the average daytime ambient temperature. Now, why are we using average daytime ambient temperature? Because what we're doing here is trying to find the average amount of power that the solar panel puts out all year round, whether it's winter or summer or whatever. We're just getting an average for the whole year. So therefore we get the average daytime ambient temperature for the design site area, and then we add an expected nominal value to the ambient average because we know the basics of material science, right? We know if we put a piece of paper out in the sun on the ground versus putting a stainless steel water bottle out in the sun on the ground, one of them is going to be hotter to touch than the other, right? So similar concept here. Our solar panels are going to be hotter than ambient temperature. The question is how much hotter? In the textbook, they generally just roll with the middle or just this nominal value of 25 degrees, which is sometimes confusing for some folks because they're like, hang on, isn't that STC temperature? But this is an extra just nominal value of heating up temperature over and above the ambient air temperature. If we can look into it further with the CEC design guidelines, they talk about it a bit further in there, recommending a different value to add to ambient temperature dependent on the way the module is installed. And this is how it goes. If it's a ground mounted array, they say add 25 degrees Celsius over ambient temperature. If it's a tilt frame on a roof where you've got more than like 150 mil gap between the panels and the roof, add 30 degrees Celsius. But for normal flush roof mounted PV arrays, add 35 degrees Celsius. So that makes sense to us, right? Because it's different amount of ventilation of air circulation around the panels dependent on how they're mounted. It sounds like from this particular scenario, this design, we're likely to be flush mounted on the roof. So that means we'll be going with 35 degrees Celsius. So now we can go ahead and calculate the temperature correction factor because we know what we're going to be dealing with. So T cell EFF equals Tamb, which is just ambient temperature, plus, in this case, we're going to go 35 degrees Celsius because expectation is that PV array will be flush mounted on roof. So therefore, we can work out what is the average ambient temperature. All right, remember we are west of Sydney. Let's go have a look at BOM, Bureau of Meteorology.gov.au. When you're on the home page here, you just scroll down to, there's a banner towards the bottom with different buttons on it. This one here, climate and past weather, is the one we want. Click on there and you'll get a menu down the left-hand side of the page. And we're just looking for weather station data. Click on weather station data. Then in the main section of the page, it opens up these drop-down menus. We're obviously not after rainfall. We'll drop down that menu and choose temperature. Now you can choose between daily and monthly observations. I like to go with monthly because it gives you a longer amount of data on the one graph. Now we have a drop-down choice here. What are we after? Mean, maximum temperature, mean, minimum, highest temperature, lowest maximum, highest minimum, and lowest temp. We are after mean maximum. Mean is average, right? And maximum means during the day, like the middle of the day sort of thing, which is what we're trying to get at here because our solar panels only operate during the day, and we're after an average all year round ambient temperature. So we go with mean maximum. So search the area. I think somebody told me Campbelltown is west of Sydney. That's the last one I used, so it doesn't matter. Even if you use Sydney is okay, but just an area that's west of Sydney, that's what I'm going with, given our site is west of Sydney. Choose that particular area that you've searched for, making sure that it's the right one, because there's a few Campbelltowns by looks in South Australia and Victoria as well. Then you can select from your bureau stations. It tells you how far away they are from the location you've chosen. So typically I would choose the closest. The only reason you might choose a different one is depending on this graph down here, it loads the amount of data. So this is years. This is the year 2000, that's 2010. So it looks like maybe it's got data from about 2008. So if we're happy with that length of data, then it's all well and good. If not, you could try and find another site. I'm just selecting other ones up here to find one. Like, for example, there's one, it's a little bit further away, another 8 kilometers away, but it's not significant distance. And it's got a bigger amount of data that you might prefer to use, for example. Let's have a look at that one. You just click Get Data at the bottom of the page, and it'll open a new tab with the graph in it. So monthly mean maximum temperature for Camden Airport. And as you scroll down, it'll show you all the average or mean maximum temperatures per month, per year, for all of the years of data that are available from that site. But if you go all the way down to the bottom, you'll find a table called Summary Statistics for all years. And so down here, it's got like the mean, the lowest, median, the highest, and all that. Since we're after the mean, that's the one we want to look at. And if we come right across to the right, you get an annual mean. So this here, 23.8 degrees Celsius, is the average middle of the day temperature all year round for all of those years that this particular site has been measuring the data. So I'm happy with that. 23.8 degrees Celsius. I'm just going to put down here TAM equals 23.8 degrees Celsius. And that's for Campbelltown as per BOM. So that means my effective cell temperature is going to be that ambient temperature of 23.8 plus 35. So 58.8. Now it's important not to confuse at this point. This is average daytime temperature of the cells. This is not the hottest that the cells get. When we get to, designing our string lengths for our PV arrays later on, when we're designing the string lengths for our PV arrays, that's when we want extreme temperatures. That's when we'll deal with both hottest and absolute coldest temperatures. But right now, we're just derating the power on average throughout the year. So therefore, we use an average daytime temperature. So now we've got the data that goes into our formula, we can go ahead and do the formula. As mentioned, this formula comes originally from that reference there, clause 3.4.3.9 of AS 4509.2 2010. This is a good time to remind everybody that you have access to Australian standards via your library login with TAFE Queensland. Just follow the instructions in Connect. I can show you that page here. If we go to just the content tab at the top left of the page, when you're in the standalone power systems course, and scroll down till you see a tab that says library. I think it's towards the bottom. Yeah, library. And there's information in here. There's a link to the library, there's a list of applicable Australian standards, and then a detailed document on how to access the Australian standards. So make sure you take advantage of that. So that's where this formula comes from. Now we need to know how to work it. It helps by having a look at that clause in the standard, can make it clear for you. But I'll take you through it now. So the little y, so F temp, that's our temperature correction factor that we're trying to find, equals 1 minus the rest in the brackets. So why is it 1 minus? Well, similar to what we said earlier, a non-derated value or a complete whole value is 1. And then we subtract away from that to find a correction factor less than 1 to correct something. Or it could be that you add onto 1 to get a correction factor, because sometimes it might be increasing the value. But in this case, it's decreasing because we know that as temperature goes up, we lose power from our panels. So the little y is our temperature coefficient value. So we got that up here, negative 0.39% per degree Celsius off of our solar panel data sheet. But let me just point out here that the y is meant to be put in as a positive value. So drop the negative. It's just 0.39%. And that's important because the formula won't work if you carry the negative in front of it, because we end up with a double negative. See how we've got the 1 minus? Then if we had another minus in front of our temperature coefficient, it would be 1 plus, and we'd end up with a greater than 1 correction factor, which is not right when we're expecting to lose power due to temperature. Okay, and then our T cell EFF, our effective cell temperature, we know we've found that above by adding the ambient plus 35 degrees gave us 58.8 degrees Celsius minus our temperature at STC, which is always 25 degrees. So 58.8 minus 25. Cool. And then we can carry on our formula to find the value. Uh, Welcome along, Ryan. We're recording this session, just so you know. So anything you say can and will be used against you. No, I'm just joking. But it just provides after the fact, I'll be able to send it out to you guys, so something you can refer back to. And some others have been asking for a recorded one, so just thought we'd do that. But you're welcome to ask any questions along the way if you like.
Sweet, thank you.
So that becomes 0.39% divided by 100% becomes 0.0039, and 58.8 minus 25, 33.8. So, all right, guys, with this, thanks. You too, William. See you, mate. Bye-bye. With the temperature correction factor, what we've found here is that essentially that decimal 0.13182 reflects 13% loss is what it is. If we were to turn it into a percentage, we've lost about 13% of our power output on average, given the temperature that it was operating at. So the final result is 1 minus that 0.13182. And so our correction factor for temperature is the result of that. 0.868 I get. So effectively our a panel on average is operating at 86% due to temperature. So it's always a telling one, that one, like basically almost 14% loss on temperature alone. Forget about, shading and all that sort of thing. But a lot of people don't account for, especially lay people in the market. So it's a good one to make people aware of. Right, so we're going to carry that down to apply to our power rating of our PV array. PV module correction factors combined is what we're looking at here. So we've always got our dirt, that rests on the panels over time. 5% we give that as a nominal value, unless you're in an increased, maybe you're next to a new estate development or a quarry or something like that. It can be up to 15% loss for dirt. Manufacturer's tolerance loss, this is, becoming a bit of a less and less of a thing because of the way that PV manufacturers sort their solar panels now into 5-watt increments typically. And that's what we saw here on the data sheet for our Q-cell panels. We've got the choice of 285-watt panels, 290-watt panels, and 295 watts. So basically what they do is they sort their panels so that they're only ever giving no more than 5 watts for free. And so we see that reflected here. Power tolerance, that's another term for manufacturer's tolerance. Plus 5 watts, negative 0 watts. So they're saying if we have sold you a 295-watt panel, at STC conditions, it will produce no less than 295 watts and up to 300 watts. So that means we don't have to allow anything for manufacturer's tolerance loss. So we've got 5% soil loss, and we've got our 0.86 temperature correction factor to allow for. So we're being asked at this question to combine all of these PV module specific, that's what that's supposed to say, efficiencies, temperature, soiling, and manufacturer's tolerance. And there's an example there of combining them. Really simple for us. We've got our temperature correction factor of 0.868 times our soiling. And we can put them in brackets just so we remember what they're for. Ftemp times our soil loss. And that's all it is. Simple as that. Altogether equals 0.82 in this case. Now we want to apply that to our PV module power rating. So we're simply going our 295 watts off our Q-cell panel that we've been looking at on the data sheet there, times our 0.82 efficiency. And so it tells us on average, instead of 295 watts, it's actually operating at 241.9. Obviously there's fluctuation with that, but on average throughout the year in those middle hours of the day, due to heat and a bit of dirt loss, that's what our solar panel would be actually producing. Right, we can carry on with these values to work out how many of these modules are we going to need in our PV array. So again, we're going to have to be aware of the different processes. If we're looking in the textbook and coming back on this sort of stuff, it goes through all the different potentials, but the standard charge controller is addressed in there, but pretty much nobody's ever using a standard PWM charge controller, typically always using a maximum power point tracker. A conservative design guideline here can be to use the lowest monthly average H tilt. Now, H tilt, remember, stands for our corrected peak sun hours. But that's quite a conservative approach. We have worked out what our design month is, the month with the worst ratio between the irradiation available and the load requirement. So we can use that, the corrected peak sun hours for that month. Again, here's our two different formulas, whether we have a DC bus system or an AC bus system. In our case, we have AC bus. So we can see it's broken up into two things going on here. And that reflects our daytime and nighttime energy, like we saw earlier. We have a different renewable energy subsystem efficiency based on daytime and nighttime because we've got two different potential routes of energy through the system. And that's what's reflected here in this formula. So that's what we're going to use here to calculate the number of modules needed. And if you want to go super conservative, this is what's provided here. It says, for an AC bus system, you may use the following simplified conservative formula if the daytime-nighttime load energy ratio is unknown. You could just use the worst PV subsystem efficiency or renewable energy subsystem efficiency. It's the same thing. Number 3, if you just used that formula there, that would cover you and be a bit more conservative. But we're going to use the proper one because we do have the split known to us of the daytime and nighttime energy. So it's N equals, and we've got our FO is the oversizing factor. Remember, we looked at that table in the textbook that shows us, that was in chapter 15, the recommended oversizing factor dependent on what renewable energy generation source we have. That was this one here. And we were going to go with the 2.0 because we're expecting our rooftop of our building yet to be built to be large enough to house 2 times the required PV array size, and the PV panels being the cheaper part of the system, why not? So that's what's going to go in there. That's where our oversizing factor is 2. Got to correct some of these bottom side values yet. Our power of the module, PMOD, that's our new power rating that we just corrected just directly above of 241.9. Yep, watts. Carry that one down. Okay, H tilt was our corrected peak sun hour value. So that's for our design month, which was March. We completed that in the table back up here. Yep, we found March had the worst, and its peak sun hours of 4.6. So that's what our H tilt is, the corrected peak sun hour data. .6. And now in the brackets here in the formula, we've got EPV to AC. So what's EPV? That's the energy output of the PV array directly to the AC loads. That's during the day. How much is it? And I think it must be 40% by the looks here. That's right back up at our load assessment of the client's usage. Remember this table? And we've got a split of 40% daytime during the average solar hours and a 60% nighttime outside the solar hour usage. So that comes into this formula we're working on now. So 0.4 is reflecting 40% of the energy produced by the PV is going to be used during the day directly to the AC loads. And so again, if we cast our eyes over this example we were looking at for our AC coupled system. Remember, it's all about this flow here, directly from the PV array through the grid connect inverter to the loads. 40% is daytime, that's what's occurring. Whereas the rest of it, the 60%, is nighttime, which during the day, of course, is when it's produced by the PV array, but it's got to find its way all the way through the grid connect inverter, through the multi-mode inverter and all the cables, and then be charged into the battery. And then at night time, it's drawn out of the battery through the cables, through the multi-mode inverter to the loads. So that's why we have two different parts of the formula, because we have two significantly different efficiencies going on there. And just to show you where this formula comes from, where you can get more detail on it, we see the section 15.1.4 referenced in the textbook. So here we are in 15, chapter 15, we scroll down a bit. It's after we calculated our renewable energy subsystem efficiency, and that's the same as PV subsystem efficiency, which we're working on at the moment. It's just that the terms get swapped out to keep us on our toes sometimes. – 15.1.4 we're looking for. Oh, there's a good picture too, by the way, of what I was talking about earlier, like a combined AC-DC bus system. That's what they're talking about here. So there you see your PV array coming through the charge controller to the battery. And also we have our PV array coming through the renewable inverter onto the AC side of our battery inverter. This is where the formulas start for working out the number of panels needed. And this is where we are. So this is page 358 in the 8th edition textbook from GSES for standalone power systems. And this is the formula that we're working on right now. So EPV to AC, dash AC, that's what we're working on right now, the portion of daily design energy provided directly by the PV array in watt hours. Okay, cool. So the daily design energy was, if we refer back to our little document that we had going on the side, remember we had these daytime energy requirements, summer 55 kilowatt hours, winter 42 kilowatt hours, and we just decided to go with the larger of the two as a conservative design decision. We then corrected the 55 kilowatt hours. We came up with our E-tote of 64.3 kilowatt hours to allow for cabling losses and inverter efficiency losses. Now at this point, to work out which one we need, whether we're going with EAC or E-tote, we just need to look at what's happening in the formula. Now we are using an efficiency of PV subsystem 2, which is the same as renewable energy subsystem 2. What did we have built into our renewable energy subsystem 2? I think we will find that it also had the battery, the inverter and the loads, the inverter and the transmission efficiency, I should say. That's what NRES2 is. No, it's not. NRES2 is our renewable energy inverter, and then the cabling efficiency to the load. Yeah, so that makes sense. When we look back at our block diagram, right? So E-tote, remember, was us correcting what was needed at the loads as EAC and working it backwards into the battery. NRES2 is this energy route here coming directly from the PV array. So because it's during the day coming directly from the PV array to the loads, we don't need to account for E tote because E tote was working its way backwards towards the battery. We're just looking at how much are we delivering directly during the day. So that's why we've made our decision to use the EAC value and not the E tote value. So back down to where we were, EPV-AC, so it's 40% of our 55 kilowatt hours. Now, we do need to put that in the same, remember we've addressed this with previous calculations. What format do we put it in? What unit of measurement? As kilowatt hours or watt hours? The way we confirm that is to look at the rest of the formula. What we're trying to find out of this formula is the number of modules, and we've put in the module power rating as watts. So therefore, we will put in our load requirement as watt hours, not kilowatt hours. Otherwise, we would want to change our power rating of our module to kilowatts. Our NPV SS2, I'm just going to get rid of those values, is the same as, like I've been saying, NRES2, which we already calculated back up here a couple of questions ago. NRES2 was 0.9. That's our renewable energy subsystem efficiency, just going from the PV array to the load directly during the day. And NRES3 was 0.69, which is our whole convoluted process for our energy at night time, which has got to go all the way from the PV array into the battery and back out of the battery to the loads at night. So 0.9 and 0.69, they're the values that go in on the underneath of our formula here. First one is 0.9, and the second one, we'll just get rid of all those because we've already done this, 0.69. And EPV to BAT was the other 60% of the 55,000 watt hours per day. So I'm just going to break that formula down, do bit by bit. 0.4 times 55,000 is 22,000, which leaves 33, I think, isn't it? Yep. 241.9 times 4.6. Round that up to 3. something that just came to mind to mention as well is that for those of you who have already had a bit of a go at this assessment and are partway through, some of your numbers, hopefully you're just working out where the numbers are coming from, because some of your numbers may be different, and that's okay. You might have chosen some slightly different efficiency values to use for different parts and that sort of thing. But that's the, yeah, it's as long as there's justification behind where they came from and that sort of thing and it suits, uh, that's all right. So this result is number of modules. So we're going to round up. That's our minimum that we're looking for. So we're going to round up to 130 modules. So yeah, this is another spot to just check. As I just said, you may have had some slightly different numbers, but as long as you're in the ballpark. So some things that come to mind, okay, for example, within those NPV SS2, which is the same as NRES2, and NPV SS3 or NRES3, you could have some variations there because I went with some conservative efficiencies a bit lower than what the data sheet had for the inverters, for example. So your numbers could be slightly different there. Also, for example, with the power rating of the module here, it's going to depend on the temperature that you used to correct that for. So again, as long as it's in the ballpark, it doesn't have to be bang on that. Your corrected peak sun hour value as well depends on which month you pulled that from. We're using the design month of March. There is flexibility on the oversizing factor as well. That oversizing factor of 2 means that this number of modules of 130 PV modules is twice what is required, really. You could get away with half of that. So um, yeah, it is a big oversize factor. Yeah, yep. And you know what it means really is that it kind of also assists into that days of autonomy of somewhat, you know, on those days where if it is really poor weather, cloudy and rainy and that, you're just getting obviously double the amount of power out of your PV that you would otherwise. Well, potentially. In this case here, though, they're yet to build a building. So, yeah, yep. Well, you know, it's interesting on that point of weight factor on a roof of the number of panels. You know, I got an engineering certificate for a shed just recently that I'm putting panels on, and they said it's rated to 40 kilos per square meter. So, you know, most solar panels are under 25 kilograms and they're larger than a square meter. Yes, sure, you got a bit of racking and that sort of thing to go with it, but that was pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so now that we know how many modules we've got, we can size the PV PCE, so the power conditioning equipment for our PV. So that, in this case, is our renewable energy inverter. We have already sort of steered ourselves towards the Fronius Primo, that's electronic certified. So this is the whole process of matching our PV modules to our PV power conditioning equipment, our inverter or charge controller, solar charge controller. How many can we have in series and parallel and so forth? So that's what these points here are getting at, talking about the minimums and maximums. There's a note there about if you are DC coupled, which obviously we haven't gone that way for this design, but may have been the case for the previous design. Minimum voltages are recommended at 12 volts above the nominal battery voltage. So we want to know what's the minimum and maximum number of modules we can have in a string, how many strings can we have, etc. There's a space here to answer that longhand, just in text form if you like. Otherwise, we've got this spreadsheet provided here on the following page. So what we want to do here is input the values as prompted by the spreadsheet. So as it says here, PV array to MPPT, or in other words, charge controller or PV inverter. In our case, we have a PV inverter, the Fronius Primo. This is a matching spreadsheet to match them up. Answer in the white spaces. Step 1, use voltage to determine the possible number of modules in any string. So that's what we're doing here. MPPT voltage input from specs. So where do we get the specs for the MPPT? Of course, it's the Fronius Primo. So we go back to our data sheet here. Now, we've probably got a bit more data to go on with regards to which model we're going to choose, right? We needed 130 modules. Pretty sure there's not a Primo available to take 130 modules. You know, these are the larger options we've got to choose from. The Primo 8.2 is the largest Primo Fronius inverter. And so that's what we're going to go with. Now, you could raise the question here. We did decide at this point, prompted by the number of battery modules we needed of these Sonnenschein at home lithium batteries, because we needed 29, and we know we can only have a maximum of 12 of them in parallel on one battery inverter. That then pushed us towards getting 3 Selectronic SP Pro battery inverters. And I talked about arranging them and synchronizing them for a 3-phase output, because that makes sense, given that we've already got 3. But I'm not sure that Selectronic has the capability to have a Fronius, to use the 3-phase Fronius inverters in the same way. I'm not sure whether they do that yet or not, whether they have a SIMO Selectronic certified. So we'll just be safe and go with, I know that they do the Fronius Primo 8.2 in a Selectronic certified format. So we'll just roll with that. We'll use the Primo 8.2. It's got a maximum input, as we can see here on the input data, max PV generator output, so maximum rating of your PV array of 12.3 kilowatts into the 8.2. Now, I want to make a note of caution here, though, because typically speaking, for those who've already got experience in industry and that, especially on the grid connect side of things, we love oversizing an inverter with regards to the solar array. But the thing to be aware of is that here, being off-grid, we have sized the number of modules based on how much energy we want to get out of it. Now, we're kind of cutting our nose off to spite our face if we then, after doing that, come back here and oversize our solar inverters to the maximum, knowing that it's probably all of our solar arrays going to be on the same tilt and orientation, which means they're all going to be receiving the same irradiance at the same time, which means that all of our strings are going to be producing maximum at the same time. So if you've got, at some point during the day, 12.3 kilowatts of power coming into an 8.2 kilowatt inverter, obviously we're losing a lot of our power. It's just being shaved off by the inverter. It just limits it to its maximum 8.2 kilowatt output. So it's a little bit counterintuitive is what I'm getting at there. Having said that, of course, we did build in a 2 times oversizing factor. So I'm just saying we've got margins on margins here that are sort of conflicting a little bit. So I would probably bring that down a bit and not maximize it to the 12.3 kilowatt input. That's all I'm getting at, because you've got potential lost energy there. All right, so we're going to use the input data here for the Primo 8.2 onto our assessment. So we've got a voltage range, as it says there, DC input voltage range 80 to 1000. Startup voltage is 80 volts. Our MPP voltage range, so the maximum power point tracking range of 80 to 800. And obviously we all know, well, hopefully we all know that 600 volts is currently still the maximum input voltage for a domestic residence. And we are reminded of that here on our sheet. We've got with the maximum voltage inputs, got a little yellow asterisk reminding us of that. However, with this particular site, it's a bed and breakfast, yes, but they talked about a purpose-built event facility, which I guess I'm thinking like, maybe that it's a where they have functions like bands play or whatever it may be. So I'm assuming it's not going to be classed as a residential building. So we could go with the 1000-volt input. You can go to the Clean Energy Council guidelines if you want to know what a residential building is. It comes under, I think, building codes and how it's actually defined. But basically, it's anywhere somebody sleeps, and then also carports and garages. I think pretty well covers it for a residential building. So we're going to allow for the full 1000-volt input here for the MPPT for maximum voltage input. Our MPPT max voltage though was 800 and our minimum was 80. So that's that first column done. Second column is module voltage output from specs. So now we need to go back to our solar panel data sheet for the Q cell. And our outputs are here, 39.48 volts open circuit and 32.19 volts under load. Oops. Okay, so we're just putting in our values in here. The third column is asking for ambient temperature, T ambient, and it wants both the coldest dawn temperature, so we're talking absolute coldest recorded temperature, and then same for hottest noon, absolute hottest recorded temperature. So a similar thing to earlier, we go back to BOM, and I've still got the graph open. Okay, but that was mean temperatures. That's obviously not lowest and hottest. So I'll just close that one, go back to the main page, which I've still got open from BOM. For temperature, leaving it on monthly, and now I'm going, well, we need both. So I'll start with highest temperature. Yes, still Campbelltown. Use the same one, Camden Airport. Get data for highest temperature. And if we scroll down to the summary statistics for all years, and we're looking in the bottom row, that's the highest temperature. It shows you the highest for each month of the year for all of those years of collected data, and then at the end it gives you the highest for the year, 46.4, which you can see was in January, of course. So 46.4 is our hottest noon temperature. For our location. And we just got to find out what our coldest noon is. So we'll open same page again, just change it from highest temperature to lowest temperature. Monthly lowest temperature. Right to the bottom, summary statistics for all years, and we've got lowest here, shows us per month. And so the coldest looks like -6, yeah. -6 degrees for this one. So that's what we'll go in for our coldest dawn, isn't it? Yeah, it's a lot colder than Brisbane. So now we've just got to convert that from ambient temperature into cell temperature. And the next column is looking for cell temperature, T cell. And it tells us how to calculate it. So noon equals Tamb, so our ambient temperature from the previous column, plus a nominal amount, 25, 30, or 35 degrees, remember, depending on how we install our module. So ours is going flush roof mount, so it's plus 35. That's for noon. For hottest noon, because the panels obviously have been in the sun all day and they've heated up to that amount. Whereas at dawn, it's simply the same as ambient temperature, because the theory there is that the sun's only just come up, hasn't heated the panels up yet, but the light of the sun's hit the panels, and therefore we can measure an output voltage. So the top two stay the same as coldest noon, but coldest dawn, whereas hottest noon is 46.5 plus our 35 degrees. So 81.4 degrees is the hottest expected temperature of our cells. The next step then is to find out, okay, how different that temperature is from STC temperature, which is how the panels were tested in the factory. So we're given the formula there for column 5, temperature difference to STC equals T cell minus 25. So our previous column, -6 minus 25. Minus 31. Because we are, if you looked at it on a scale, -6 is obviously 6 points below 0, whereas 25 as a positive value, 25 degrees Celsius, is 25 points above 0. So the gap between the two is 31 points. That's why our result is -31. And obviously the same for our next row down, but then our bottom row is now 81.4 minus 25. So 56.4. And now's the trickiest part of the spreadsheet, and that is putting our temperature coefficients in to the spreadsheet in the format of volts per degree C, because our temperature coefficients are typically given to us in the format of percentage. So that's what this little yellow hash there is for. It directs us to the bottom of the spreadsheet and gives an example of converting from percentage to voltage. But all it is the voltages we started with here off the spec sheet of the panel, we're going to multiply them by the percentage of temperature coefficient to find out what the voltage is. So remember, VOC has its own temperature coefficient when the circuit's open, but when the circuit's under load, closed and running, that's VMP, voltage at maximum power, that's when we use the temperature coefficient for power at maximum power because of a different condition of the circuit. So if we go back to our data sheet for our panels to find our temperature coefficients, that's our Q cells here. Go down to temperature coefficients. So we've got negative 0.39 for power at maximum power and negative 0.28 for temperature coefficient of VOC. So we need to record those two in. So VOC was negative 0.28%. Power was negative 0.39. And you just apply those by the panel voltage that we're dealing with. So 39.48 volts open circuit. So negative 0.28% times 39.48. The result is negative 0.11. So it's just turned it into a volt format for us. So we lose 0.11 of a volt for every increase in temperature above 25 degrees. Same process for the other, negative 0.39% times our 32.19 volts. Gives us negative 0.125, or rounds up 126 volts. And it's the same for the bottom row. So we've just turned into a voltage format. We found out that at open circuit, every time we get an extra degree temperature rise above 25 degrees Celsius of the cells, we will lose 0.11 volts, and conversely the opposite, when it goes below 25 degrees Celsius, we'll gain 0.11 volts. And then similarly for when it's under load, we now have a slightly different value, 0.126 volts we will gain or lose depending on which side of 25 degrees Celsius we go. So now we work out what's going to happen overall with that voltage simply by column 7, which tells us module voltage difference equals column 5 times column 6. So we just multiply those two values together. Negative 31 times negative 0.11. And of course, multiplying two negatives together gives us a positive result. So 3.41 volts is the variation to our original voltage of the panel because of the temperature that it's running at. Oh, sorry. Thank you. 56. And that one is a negative because we multiplied a positive by a negative. So the result is negative. So next we have column 8. So as it says, module voltage at T cell. So the actual module output voltage now at this particular cell temperature that we've been calculating it at. And all we have to do, as it says, is column 2 plus column 7. So this bottom row, calculating the lowest expected voltage out of the modules incorporates not only the hottest cell temperature, but also voltage drop from the module to the power conditioning equipment to the MPPT. So, I'm just allowing a 3% drop here by multiplying by 0.97, simply because it's the greatest, it's the maximum 3% loss, but it may not be realistic, with your wiring design and that sort of thing. You might not have quite that much of a drop. Right, so now we can see all of our new expected voltage, operating voltages out of these panels, given the actual temperature that they're operating at, potentially, the extreme temperatures they could operate at. And so now that's the result in column 8 there. And now column 9 is just telling us to divide column 1, which was our voltage input parameters for our MPPT, divide those by column 8, which will then tell us how many modules we can have. So now we've found from step one in that spreadsheet that we can have a
That going up,
maximum of,
Israel?
what's that, sorry?
Isn't that going up? Bottom where you've rounded 3.2 down.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, well done, good pick up. So yeah, we've got a maximum of 23 modules in series that will stay below our open circuit voltage input of the inverter. So in order to avoid damaging the inverter, we need to have no more than 23 in a string. However, if we want to stay within the MPPT range, the maximum power point tracking range, we want to have no more than 22 in series. And then also to stay above the lower limit of the maximum power point tracking range, we want at least 4 in a string. So there's a fair bit of flexibility there. That's just step one to find out how many in a series circuit. Then we've got the following step two, using current to determine the maximum number of strings. So maximum number of strings equals the maximum MPPT input current divided by module short circuit current times 1.25. Really needs to be allowed for in there as well. And this also comes from AS4509, the 1.25 factor. And really it's an allowance for a spike in irradiance. So we, typically work on 1,000 watts per square meter being the expected maximum irradiance at ground level or sea level. But in reality, sometimes it spikes above that. So this is like a 25% safety margin to allow for that, because we know that irradiance directly relates to and directly impacts our current. So in order to mitigate damage of the MPPT, we allow for that as well. And that's why you'll see when we look at our data sheet here for the MPPT input of the Fronius, we've got 2 values, right, of current that you can see here, the second and third row down on this input data. One is maximum input current, IDC max 1 and IDC max 2, because we've got 2 MPPTs in the inverter. And the second is max array short circuit current. And so we can see here for the Primo 8.2 that we're using, the first value is 18 amps, the second value is 27 amps per MPPT. And the reason why there's such a big gap between those two is allowing for that 25% safety margin as well. Because on the panel data sheet, when we look at our solar panel, you will also have your current under load, our IMP, current at maximum power, which is the one that we kind of want to relate to the 18 amps here. And then you'll have your short circuit current, which is what we want to be less than 27 amps and less by 25% to have that safety margin in there. So what this data sheet is telling us is that the Fronius can utilize up to 18 amps per MPPT, but it can also receive up to 27 amps without damage. But it's only ever going to utilize 18 amps. So over and above that is just effectively going to be wasted. So we can use the 27 amps divided by the 9.7, I think it was, of our Q cells. Sorry, what was it? Yeah, short circuit current for the 295 watt panel is 9.7 amps. So I'm going to go 9.7 times the 1.25 safety factor. And that brings us to round down to 2 strings per MPPT. With regards to step 3 here, using power to determine the maximum number of modules in the array, we did see earlier on the data sheet on the input for the Fronius that it can have up to 12.3. So max PV generator output here, 12.3 kilowatts for the Primo 8.2. So we can use that, but as I mentioned earlier, it's just a caution to not overdo it. So 12.3 kilowatts divided by, or we should put it in the same format, shouldn't we? Make it 12,300 watts divided by the 295 watts per panel. 41.69. So rounding down. Okay, next at question 5G is calculating the renewable energy fraction, which is just another way of putting the system performance estimate. And it goes into detail there in section 15.2 of the GSES textbook, which is what I was looking for there before. I had to scroll on a bit further than I expected. And again, like so many of them, they start with the historical type of DC bus systems and work their way through. So originally that's for PV systems using standard charge controllers. So obviously that's not the one we're going to be using. And then we have one here for PV systems using MPPTs. So it's simply, as the formula shows there, solar fraction, which is the FPV, equals EPV, the average daily energy output of the PV array in watt hours, multiplied by the subsystem efficiency of the PV generator to the DC bus, and then divided by the total daily energy requirement at the DC bus. So one factor that we need to work out here, so we've already got our efficiency of the PV subsystem. We know about that. We know about our total energy requirement, the loads. What we haven't calculated yet is the EPV, so the energy output of the PV array. That is in chapter 3, the back end of chapter 3 in the GSES textbook, where we have a formula in there. Just find it here. Quite a simplified formula for energy output, but it does go through it in the prior pages in good detail. So this is it here, section 3.2.4 in the GSES textbook, which starts,
Is it 80?
is it page 80, is it? Oh,
Uh,
73. Yeah, page 73. And so it introduces all of the factors that go into the output, calculating the energy output of the PV array, by showing all of the losses. So the irradiation losses being the shading, any shading on the modules, as well as non-optimal orientation and tilt angle. For this particular assessment, that's already been taken care of in the peak sun hours that have been given to us. They're already corrected for those things. And then the energy losses of the PV modules themselves. Temperature, obviously we've already corrected for that, as well as soiling and manufacturer's tolerances. But there's great detail in the textbook that go into those different losses in the following pages, allowing for your shading, orientation and tilt, the temperature losses that we've already done there, converting your temperature coefficients, getting your effective cell temperature, soiling losses, manufacturer's tolerance, summarizes them there, and then it gives you this basic colored block formula here. So available energy output of the PV array is equal to the array rated power times the available irradiation times the array efficiency. Um, so array rated power is obviously going to be the number of modules in the array times the power rating of the modules, which we've already corrected down as well, not just the STC power rating, but the corrected power rating for the site. And the available irradiation similarly is corrected for the site. And so the array efficiency is built into the corrected power rating. So we can do this simply in here, EPV equals P mod times number of modules times the, we can call it corrected PSH, or H tilt. And that's it. So our corrected module power was 241 something from memory. Where was that? Yeah, 241.9. And then given that it's our design month we're going for, we could use that H tilt or corrected peak sun hours of 4.6 for the design month. Oops, went a bit too far. So yeah, 241.9, and we calculated we need 130 modules. And then our corrected peak sun hours really just comes down to how many of these performance factors like renewable energy, what do we call it, solar fraction, or renewable energy fraction, that you want to provide No doubt you guys are familiar with those performance estimates that have like a bar, it's a bar graph, one for each month of the year for an average day in that month. Um, Ones that can look something like this sort of thing. Can't quite get this page to work for me, but you know what I mean. Like this sort of thing where we've got months of the year. This is what really part of our accreditation through the Clean Energy Council um, want to see, that we're actually giving an accurate performance estimate, how many kilowatt hours per day for certain days throughout the year, and also then that the resultant installed system actually produces that amount too. But yeah, with this one here, all we're doing is just one example of that for the design month. So basically for the month with the worst ratio. So I get 144 kilowatt hours. So that's part of the puzzle. That's our EPV. And next we want to actually calculate our FPV, which is this formula. We're given three formulas here. The first one's for a DC bus system. And then we've got our AC bus system, and then there's a simplified one available in case we don't know the split of daytime to nighttime energy, but we do in this case. So now that we've got the unknown factor, we can go ahead and calculate the rest. Okay, so we've got our EPV, we can put in 144.65 kilowatt hours, multiplied by our NPVSS2 or NRES2, which we remember was 0.9. That was the subsystem efficiency of delivering the loads during the daytime, just directly through the grid connect inverter and the cables. FE1 is the fraction of how much of the overall energy. So we remember that the daytime was 0.4. And then we add to that the nighttime portion. So again, our efficiency changes here out of our overall EPV, energy out of the PV array. It was 0.69, I think, from memory. I better double check that. Did I record that on my secondary document here? Efficiencies? No, I didn't yet. We'll have to do a bit of scrolling back up just to verify. 0.9 and 0.69, I'm sure it was. Yes, here we are. NRES2 is our 0.9, NRES3 our 0.69. Scroll back down to where we were. And of course, our second fraction is 0.6. All of that on the top side divided by the EAC, which is our 55 kilowatt hours per day.
Israel.
Yeah.
So how come we're using the 55 there and not the 61? Like, you know, how we pumped it up to the 61,000 was what we sort of, once we took away the efficiencies. Is that because we're using those same inefficiencies in a different part of this equation?
Yeah, similar to the last time, we had a bit of a look at, are we using E-tote or EAC?
Yeah.
And that's because it would be a double up.
Yeah.
So those two efficiencies, NPV SS2 and NPV SS3, both allow for what we actually built into E-tote, or I should say NPV SS3 does. It's the only one that needs to because of the nighttime energy.
That's it. Yeah, right.
So
Right. So,
by putting in that 0.9 and that 0.69, we've allowed for the PV energy to get all the way to the loads in the switchboard.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this 55 kilowatt hour value is at the switchboard. Yeah.
Sweet. No,
Oh yeah.
right.
Good question.
Awesome. I've double dipped.
Yeah, broke my own rule there. Sorry. Not putting things in the same format. Yeah, it should be 55 kilowatt hours on the bottom side, seeing as we put kilowatts in the top side. rather than watt hours. And so, not surprisingly, our resultant renewable energy fractions should always be fairly similar to the oversizing factor that we chose for the PV array. So we chose an oversizing factor of 2. So generally speaking, that's roughly what our renewable energy fraction will turn out to be. So basically what it means is just that on an average day, our solar will produce 2.03 or 203% of the load's requirement. So that leads us to question 6a, sizing the genset, the fuel genset reflected in section 15.4 of the textbook. And we are wanting to use the formula for a switched configuration that allows, as per the instruction here, the genset to charge the battery as well as deliver the loads at the same time. So there's our formula, SGen. So S stands for apparent power, so a rating in VA, volt amperes. And same with the SBC, this is the apparent power rating of the battery charger, plus S max underscore charge, which stands for the maximum demand whilst it's also charging the battery. And then again, just a nominal oversizing factor, which would be specific to manufacturers of gensets, I would imagine. Usually, or historically speaking anyway, I am aware that it's not normally recommended to oversize too much with a genset, and normally that you'd want it to be able to at least have an exercise schedule at around about 80% loading as often as possible. So to find, we'll carry our formula into the answer box here. And to find the apparent power rating of the battery charger, so SBC to begin with, our battery charger is our multi-mode inverter. So in this case, the Selectronic SP Pro. So we want to have a look at the data sheet for that one. Okay, and we opted for, we were looking at dropping down to the SPM C481-AU. If we follow its column down, third column in, we find maximum charging from grid or generator is 5 kilowatts, which is also 104 amps on the DC side of things. So when we do the maths, 5 kilowatts or 5,000 watts divided by 104 amps It gives us 48 volts, which is like the lowest charging voltage. Because chargers have always got to charge a battery at a higher voltage than what the battery already is. So typically it's not going to need to charge any lower than 48 volts. Current flows from highest to lowest voltage. So we can take that as 5. We can put it straight into apparent power as 5 kVA. So that's what this becomes, 5,000. Plus maximum demand during charging is straight off of the loads list, which was 8 kilowatts anyway. We haven't really got any information on power factor. So we'll just be gentle on ourselves and assume that power factor is as close as possible to unity on site, but some people prefer to do the conservative 0.8 power factor, and that's fine. But we do also have this oversizing factor, which I'm just going to go with 1.1, just a 10% oversizing factor. So basically we end up with 14.3 kVA. Rating for the generator to be able to both charge the battery via one inverter anyway. If it were a single phase generator, so otherwise we're obviously going to up that by 3. So we can just put per phase, 14.3 kVA per phase. Although that's not even necessarily the case, is it? Because our 8,000 watts, our 8 kilowatt max demand off the load list, as far as we know, was the total. So we could actually put in, so it kind of would have been, 5 kVA per phase per multi-mode inverter. So we're probably actually better off to put that in here as 15. So that would just become, is it 23 or 33, isn't it? No, 23. Yeah, because we got 3 inverters with 3 sets of battery modules. So in order to use the full charging capability of each inverter for its own block of battery modules, that would be 5 kVA per inverter. So we end up with 25.3 kVA. And then finally, we also allow for the surge capability. So here's our formula here. Carry that one down to our answer box. And this is just using an average value of 1.5 for an alternator surge ratio. It's going to be, again, manufacturer specific. to whatever you're using at the time. So our SBC rating is going to be the same. We can carry that down of 15,000 VA. Our surge requirement of the loads during charging was 13 from our original load list, 13 kilowatts. Yeah. And we've got our 10% oversizing factor multiplied by 1.1 and divide by our alternative surge ratio. We're given 1 to use here, 1.5. So in this case, 20.53 kVA. So the maximum demand requirement is actually larger than the surge requirement due to a fairly generous alternator surge ratio we've used there. So out of the two, we would just be choosing the larger of the two. So 25.3 kVA, and that's just a number, 25.3. Obviously, generators aren't necessarily manufactured in increments of a tenth of a kVA or whatever, so I'd probably likely just end up being a 25 kVA rated genset. There's a note here as well, just to be aware of the fact that whilst none were required for this site, always consult your manufacturer's recommended derating guidelines. And we can get a picture of this from table 15.8 of the textbook, where it goes through the different derating factors typical for fuel gensets. 15.8. So section 15.4 goes through sizing the genset. There's our switch system calculations we've just done. And genset deratings under section 15.5. So derating for things like air temperature, altitude, and humidity, ones to be aware of. And then they've got an example in the textbook here that you can run through. So in this case here, a genset installed at an altitude of 1500 meters above sea level and able to operate during maximum ambient air temperatures of 35 degrees Celsius and 80% relative humidity, ended up with these various deratings all added together to become 19%, so a derating factor of 81%. So they apply that to original requirement of 8.9, I presume that's meant to be kVA. The smallest genset that could be used would have a rating of 8.9 kVA divided by 0.81. So it becomes 11 kVA. So it does have a significant impact, those deratings. It's one to keep in the memory bank. We also want to calculate the expected genset runtime for our clients so that they can have an expectation to work on with regards to, how often maintenance, how frequent maintenance on the genset, and fuel storage, how much fuel to have on hand. As you can see here in the notes, if the renewable energy fraction is greater than 1 for all months of the year, then there is no regular expected usage of the genset to calculate this on, apart from an equalization runtime, but as we see there is for lead acid batteries only. So if for whatever reason you had a renewable fraction less than 1, this is the formula you could use to calculate how often, how many hours, that's what TGen works for, how many hours a generator would run for on average per month. The only reason, you might have a renewable fraction less than 1 is if your renewable resource is limited. And for example, you only had a limited roof space to use for your PV array, and you couldn't fit a big enough one on there to get your renewable fraction up big enough. That could be a factor. Or if you were using micro hydro and you only had a limited resource of a stream, of course. And then this is the formula for equalization charging of lead acid batteries. But again, we have a lithium battery in this scenario, so that's not required either. Okay, the next step is question 7 for designing the wiring, isolation, and overcurrent protection for the system. Because again, we are the designer for the system completing this assessment, the intention is to have a full design prepared for an installation team to hand over for them to install the system as per our specification. As it mentions there, a note is it can be helpful to draw a block diagram for your system to help ensure that no wiring or switching is forgotten. And this is the next step in this design at question 8. So you may wish to do that first and then come back here. You can see here, question 8, produce a block diagram for the system below. If you're doing it by hand, you must use a ruler, and you can use a pencil for sketches. And there's an example, figure 12.10 in the textbook has an example of a basic block diagram. It doesn't have to be anything more than this. And as it says on the document, you can insert your drawing here if it's a separate document, or upload it as a separate document too, that's fine. Okay, just looking for figure 12.10. Okay, so there's an example there for an AC coupled system, just figure 12.10, and that's all it is really. Your drawings don't even have to be that pretty, just blocks with a name for what the piece is and basically where they connect. And as the question suggests, this can be a helpful exercise to at least have one of these in front of you so you can go through and work out, okay, this cable and these isolators and so on, and tick them off as you go throughout the system so you don't forget anything. So we really just want to allow for, as a refresher on designing wiring, isolation, and overcurrent protection, we want to size our cables based on, obviously, firstly, current carrying capacity. A bit of a recommended guideline here can be work out what is the max normal current expected to flow on this cable, and then multiply that by 1.2 times. So this is just to avoid nuisance tripping. Multiply by 1.2, and then so greater than that will be your overcurrent protection rating. and then multiply that, your overcurrent protection rating, by 1.1, and that will result in your, again, greater than that should be your cable's current carrying capacity. So that original 1.2 is just a recommendation guideline to avoid nuisance tripping. The 1.1 is sort of referenced by AS3000, talking about how fuses particularly have a non-conventional tripping characteristic, where, for example, a 10 amp rated fuse doesn't trip at 10 amps. It's actually more likely at 10% more than that. So current carrying capacity, of course, is important, and voltage drop. Remembering our applicable Australian standards. Recommendations, which we, one of the assessments went through for this course, and I've referenced it a couple of times today, just the maximum 5% pretty much from one part of the system to another, from the PV to the battery, for example, for the battery to the loads. But then, of course, we've got the AS5033 requirement as well between the furthest PV module and the input to the associated power conditioning equipment, such as your inverter or charge controller. Needs to be less than 3%. So that's all we're after there. What else have we got after our block diagram? Question 9, specify the system operating parameters in layman's terms, as this would form part of the customer's power system manual. So this is a blurb. It's a good one to practice on, actually, to look at how do I, as succinctly and yet as comprehensively as possible, describe the system to the customer in the detail that they need. And so as a guide here to address some points, the basic function of each component in the system, um, it's one thing when we kind of rely on our technical knowledge and experience of being in industry, but it's very different for obviously lay people who don't come from the same understanding. So just putting yourself in their shoes and breaking it down for them. Sometimes doing it pictorially can be really helpful too. Just what each piece in the puzzle does, the solar panels converting light into DC electricity, which sends it to the next device, whether it be a charge controller, which then steps that voltage down or up appropriately as needed to charge the battery at its time, etc., etc. How the system programming should respond to different circumstances. It doesn't have to be super depth of detail, but again, just trying to help head off at the pass any of those sort of questions that the client might have later on down the track when you're not on site. If there's changeovers like when the battery gets low, we've programmed the inverter to automatically require and request the generator to start. If the generator doesn't start, you'll receive an alert. Things like that. Sometimes clients are like, oh, so what do I need to do? Is there any extra things that I need to do, kind of thing? What if something runs out of power? And it's a good time to think through the different processes and give them some guidance on that. I'm a big fan personally of incorporating just a dumb switch to give them power, sort of thing, like a changeover switch that will bypass the inverter and everything, and they can just start the generator to get power. Because yes, our inverters should do all of that automatically, but if there is a failure, a generator failure or something like that, something that is difficult for you to ascertain when you're not on site and your client's out of power, for them to have just an easy physical manual changeover switch that just bypasses the whole thing and just dedicates the generator to the loads, is a good idea, I think. So they can do that, and then you can get there when you are able to get there. Expected life of all the key components, you can draw on your own experience with that, or at most conservative, you can just recommend the warranty periods. And how to determine when components are at end of life, well, it's pretty limited for the client as to what they can do there. A lot of your systems, however, do track state of health of the battery banks. That's one easy one for them. A state of health of the battery, depending on the type of battery, it might be in the order of 60 or 70% of original capacity. When the battery fades down to that much capacity, it's considered at end of life. And that sort of thing can be monitored by the client as to what the state of the health of the battery is at. But otherwise, it's mostly just opportunity for you to recommend that they take you on as a preventative maintenance, like an annual maintenance program or something like that. That's really all that questions are for there. Just a bit of a blurb for the customer. We also need to provide for them in their power system manual an electrical schematic for the system. So we can refer to figure 12.9, which is just before that last one we were looking at, 12.10, for what a schematic looks like here on page 299 of the textbook. And this is a fairly handy one because it's fairly similar in some respects to our design that we've just worked through, in that it's got 3 multi-mode inverters here, battery inverters, then in 3-phase arrangement with a 3-phase genset connected across them, 3 battery banks. There's some sort of ways to shorten down or cheat a little bit here, as you can see. With the battery cells, you don't have to draw, necessarily 24 cells or whatever. I mean, we've got lithium battery packs here anyway, so it's not going to be 24 cells. But and show that they're in parallel. For example, here that's showing us 24 lead acid cells in series, whereas we're going to have, 2 inverters have got 10 groups, 10 battery modules in parallel, and one's got 9. But you can just do a dotted line between them, no need to draw all 10 of them, sort of thing is what I'm getting at. And instead of them being in series across the positive and negative, they are in parallel. Same thing with the solar array here. You can see just using the dotted lines. That way you can just do the first and the last panel. Reduces that down a bit for you. So that's what we're looking for in a schematic. It's basically just each of the power cores in the system, like your active conductors, and just your isolation and protection. And then your final question 11 is present a design for a potential alternative energy generation system that the client could consider based on your observation of the site. So the previous design one, SPS AT6, our previous design assessment, we just had to do a little blurb on what we think could be suitable. This time here, we've just got to do an actual design, trying to get, in this case, it's recommended a WEX, wind energy conversion system, that will actually provide the energy that we size the PV array for. We've got to be able to actually design an alternative for the client. And so there's a couple of references here that Google Drive link takes us to the section in the Introduction to Renewable Energy Technologies text, which goes through these steps in sizing the wind energy conversion system. You just got to find the section. So referring to pages 39 to 42 of Unit 7, but also I've got this YouTube video here, which I have actually already recorded for going through those steps as well. I'm just using a different scenario with different numbers. So just make sure that you use the numbers from this design assessment that you've been through here. And you've already got your wind speed values given to you as we had earlier in that same table as the peak sun hour values. And that's the last question in the assessment.